Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 65. I'm of course VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players by a stacked bracket as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is insane. The bracket is massive. We have players from all around the world, and we are here for some beautiful, some amazing StarCraft. Let's go. We're jumping right into our first series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the American Terran player. It's like 4 a.m. in America. It's crazy. It's wonderful. It is Medic Jr. for the Platinum Heroes. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Protoss player, the green Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura, the #1 Zound fan. Let us go. If you are in the chat, you know what time it is, Papi. You know what time it is. It is time to get your Gamba going. It is time to get your Gamba going in the chat. There you go. Predictions are open for the next couple of minutes. Place your bets to predict on who you think will take the series. And I do highly recommend checking the bracket. The bracket is massive. The bracket is insane. There's a lot to catch up on. We will go over the bracket after this series, but something that I will say coming into this tournament, coming into this week of STC, is that a player has returned. A player has returned from the military. I think it was yesterday it was announced. But Zound has returned from the military. Zound has completed his military service. For those who do not know, Zound, he is a Korean Protoss player, and he did announce that he wanted to return to the game. He did announce he wanted to join a team, and Zound signed up for this tournament. Let's go. So it's only fitting that we cast the Zound fan for perhaps later on Zound. As a reminder as well, for some greater context for this series, the winner of this series faces off against Zound as well. It's perfect. it's all coming together, Papi. It's all coming together. Hashtag rigged in the chat, because clearly the bracket was rigged to make the Zound fan face off against Zound, obviously. But yes, I do look forward to it. For now, though, we're focusing on this series here. Shout out to Medic Jr., of course. Medic Jr., we don't often get many players from the Americas in our tournaments. Very often, I mean, it's just not ideal. Right now, it's a pretty rough time in the Americas. If you happen to be from the Americas, whether it's, you know, North America, even Latin America as well, you're an animal. You're a bit of a degen, but we love you. we appreciate you, Papi. We appreciate you. As I'm sure it's just a god-awful time in that part of the world at the moment, which is also why I do have a lot of appreciation for the players that do take part, that are from that time zone, players from Latino America, from North America as well. Much love here for Medic Jr. as he's opening up with a Rax expand into a 3 Rax follow-up. Okay, so a bit of an economic start into a more aggressive follow-up here. I mean, the CC was delayed. I was glossing over it, but the probe did delay the command center by quite some time. So a nice little start for Zound, or I should say for Azura. I should actually just, hold on. I don't want to confuse myself, because it's going to get even more confusing later on, potentially. As I will just fix up some player names. There we go. As Azura does, you know, it does delay the initial opener here of Medic Jr. Behind this, we're building up towards a Stim timing, building up Mass Marine. Stim is on the way, and across the map, Azura is opening up with a Twilight Council. Okay, it's going to be Twilight Council into Blink. Gateways have been thrown down. How many gates so far? Just 2. 1 gateway at the natural, 1 gateway in the main base, so no major aggression here. Just 2 gate Blink into what looks to be a 3rd base, looks to be a macro opener out of Azura. We'll keep an eye on any additional gateways that are thrown down. He could technically throw down a 3rd and 4th gateway, be hyper aggressive, or just expand and take a 3rd. We'll see what Azura goes for. For the time being, Azura is poking in. Azura has yet to really confirm the main, has yet to really see much. I love that Medic Jr. is banking on Marines in the main base as well. He's keeping them hidden here from the prying eyes of Azura. Marauder production has begun. Likewise, across the map, Medic Jr. is not fully aware of what's going on, but there should have already been a Phoenix by now if it was a Stargate opener. So I do like the transition into Marauders. Marauders are building up as we speak, again working towards that eventual timing. Stim is still on the horizon here, so is Combat Shields. We're getting there, and yeah, the army is revealed. And here we go, Medic Jr. is moving out across the map. The upgrades are lined up to finish by the time the army does hit the natural, but before that does occur, I mean, Azura has scouted this. Azura is aware of it. Azura's going to try and slow this down. So far, a good call. The Stalkers, they move out across the map. Bleak is almost done, and it's on Azura to pick off as many Marines as possible before Stim kicks in. Again, Stim is still 10 seconds away. 1 Marine has fallen. Oh! We do get a second Marine. And almost a third. Again, the Marines, they take a lot of damage. They take a lot of hits already. Stim has completed, so his combat shields. And does he go for the Stim? He does. There's a blink. Yeah, the Stim gets baited out, and Medic Jr. at this point has to back off. At this point, this army, it's battered, it's bruised, it's very low HP. Scans, he misses the Observer. No, the Observer. It went across the map. Scan doesn't quite catch it, and from here, Azura taking a third. Taking a third base into Robotics Bay as well towards Colossus production. So far, Azura's looking quite comfortable. So far, Azura's not punished for, expanding and being on a lighter gateway count. Now, what I will say, even though this was a rough start for the Terran player, is at least Medic Jr. pulls away and preserves his army. The Marines and Marauders that have been kept safe and sound for the most part is going to be able to hold his own here on top of the ramp. But alas, Azura has high ground vision. Picks up more Marines. That's the second Stim. Takes down the Observer at least. Observer goes down. The bunker's almost done. And this army needs a medevac desperately. Starport is just now finishing up in the main. There's the add-on swap into the reactor. And medevacs will soon be on the horizon here. Or are on the horizon for Medic Jr. He needs a medic, Papi. And until then, Medic Jr. is stuck at home. He's going to be stuck at home. Azura has map control. You can see Azura fanning out his stalkers, making sure he's able to keep up and catch up with any kind of drop play while he safely saturates back at home. Third base getting up and running. Colossus production has begun. Soon to be extendable lance. Charge on the way. Gateway explosion. Azura looking very comfortable here. Getting up to 3 bases and then getting into his own production, into his own army. Azura's looking solid. Behind this, we can see Medic Jr. is not going for an all-in. Third CC's on the way. That tells us that, of course, we're building up towards a longer game state. Meanwhile, a big shout to Rally Hearts in the chat. God, what time is it? I was just going on a bit of a tirade about the NA representatives that we have in our tournaments. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Regardless, thank you so much. And take care. Take care, Papi. Take care. Get some rest. Ay, ay, ay. We do appreciate the support. We appreciate it. Giving a shout out in the chat. So from here, we are settling in. Medic Jr. moving out once again. This time with Medevacs. This time, Medic Jr. can sustain himself. Let's go. We do have some sustain. Double Forge on the way for double upgrades. The first 2 Colossus have arrived, and again, as the Colossus count gets higher and higher, Azura is looking more and more secure here. Moving out, the Stalker does get eyes on the third base. Azura aware of the expansion. And Medic Jr. is still looking for damage. Does go for a double drop towards the main base. There is an Observer in position. Azura does spot this, but does he react in time? Drop is coming in. Army does rotate. And we could try and deny some of these upgrades. Initially going for the gateway. Pylon goes down. Gateway as well, but the forges are left safe and sound. The bay as well. Yeah, these are affordable losses here for Azura. We'll clean this up. At the same time, reinforces. No, they run into the Colossus. They run into the third base, and Azura does defend. Cleans up the drop, shuts down the main push. And Medic Jr. didn't really get much with that. Again, just got a Pylon, got a Gateway, didn't quite deny any upgrades or deny any Colossus production. Scan does reveal the lack of fourth at least. Medic can still build back up. But that was a big loss of units, and that does mean that Azura now has map control. Azura looking quite comfortable. Now moving out. Again, there's not really much to keep him back home. And Azura's getting ready for his own counterattack. He's been stuck defending, but now he can move out. Rocks are knocked down. Disruptor production has begun. Second Robo's on the way. Azura's going to poke in. I don't think Azura can commit with this, though. There's not that many Zealots here to support. That does force a cancel. Zealots, they come in from behind, actually. Boy's being pulled away. Oof. Massive Colossus wipes. Medic Jr. has to pull back. Likewise, stimming in, going for the Colossus. The Vikings are putting in a lot of damage, and it looks like Azura did overextend. I mean, I say that, one Colossus goes down, but Azura, he gets 18 SCVs. I do think Medic Jr. maybe respected that move out a little bit too much. Does deflect the main army, but a Zealot counterattack in the main base. 20 SCVs go down. 20 worker kills. And a cancellation on the 4th CC as well. And Medic Jr., he may have survived, he may have deflected the main army, but is now stuck on a 2-base economy. Is now stuck on 44 SCVs, back across the map, Azura on 4 bases. And even though he lost 1 Colossus, I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. Now we have Disruptors. Disruptors are building up. Again, that main army engagement didn't actually go too poorly for Medic Jr. Unfortunately, he just gave it too much room. Just gave it too much respect in a way. Lost his entire mineral line as a result. And at this point, Medic Jr. has to be all in. I say that. He throws down a Ghost Academy. That tells us that he wants to wait a little bit longer and wait for Ghost production. That's all well and good, but unfortunately that means that he's giving Azura a lot of time to breathe and a lot of time to max out. He's going to be active though. He's sharking around, looking for the 4th, checking the vision. Medic Jr. has scouted the 4th base towards the north. There's no 5th. Shout out to the Tuna. It's beautiful. Celaromba hits a natural. There are reinforcements back at home, but these Zelts will eventually be cleaned up, but that's going to be another 7 SCV, 8 SCV kills. No! The whole position. 9 workers going down. Again, there's just not much at home to work with. Not anymore for Medic Jr. It's going to be all or nothing here. He's got 15 Marauders, 28 Marines. If he can somehow avoid the Novas, which sounds crazy, but if he can split his heart out, avoid the Novas, collapse on the Colossus. If there's no there's an overcharge, but if he can fight the army out in the open, then maybe. But nah, there it is. GG gets called. Azura will take the first game, and Medic Jr. will tap out. GG. And just a rough game state there for Medic Jr. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to, or I should say, did fall a little bit too far behind, losing his mineral line, losing his 4th base, and his economy was crippled, so he just could not keep up, could not sustain himself against Azura in a longer game state. That's why we were alluding to the fact that he was pretty all in. Unfortunately, no final fight. They didn't quite clash in the end, but the writing was on the wall. It was on the wall there, and it was looking a little bit bleak for Medic Jr. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. Azura takes the first game, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Lobby is being set up. And shout out to everyone in the chat as well. Hola, papi. Hola, hola. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well. Just catching up. Let's not forget Hyper Mono versus Hot Mono. True. I haven't touched the bracket yet. Haven't gone in. We'll get there. Azura was discharged the 12th of September. Let's go. There you go. It's been, what, 10 days? Around 10 or so days since Azura's return. So I'm really excited to see, like, his form, his state of play. Winding it back a little bit, we have had some returning players, recent returning players that are looking so good. I'm referring to specifically Rogue and Trap. Rogue and Trap, they finished up their military a couple of months ago. And they've been competing for quite some time. Hold on. Oh god. Sorry, just something's happening in game. But yeah, when it comes to Rogue and Trap, they've been back for a couple of months, but they're looking so damn good and so competitive as well with the rest of the scene. It wasn't even too long after Rogue's return where he actually defeated Clem as well. The VODs are available on YouTube, so yeah, it's great to see, you know, Rogue and Trap doing well, and I want to believe that someone like Zaun can also catch up and keep up with everyone else as well. Despite, you know, being retired for so long, I'm curious to see the rate of improvement for Zaun. Very curious. It's been 10 days. It's been 10 days. We'll get there. We'll get there. As we have our lobby, you can hear the beeps. We are loading into game number 2. Muy bien, muy bien. How about you? Excited. Let's go. Excited, Papi. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner of GoldenEye, we have the Italian Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. I'll fix up his name. I'll fix it up. Un momento. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player from the land of the Americas, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Medic Jr. Ooh, and we had, a more standard Mac-oriented game in Game 1, but here in Game 2, we have not just one SCV, we have two. Two workers are moving out across the map, and Medic Jr. is doubling down and proxying. Gonna be cheesing it up here against Azura. Probe Scout is moving out, and the Raxes are about to be placed. Okay. The pressure is on, aggression is upon us. If Medic Jr., if he cannot touch Azura in a longer macro game, time to cheese it up, man. Cheese it up. Let's go. The queso. Now the Maxes are on the way. It's just going to be the single gas guys are back at home. I'm curious if we're going to be embracing something a little bit different, like add-ons, tech labs, going double proxy Marauder, for example. Or if we're just going to Reaper production instead. What's it going to be? Ah, there it is. Tech labs are on the way. Marauders are going to be the answer here for Medic Jr. So it's going to be setting up Marauder production. The downside is that Azura probe scouted. He probe scouts, he sees there is no Rax at the ramp, is checking the natural, will check further back at the main. Azura first has to confirm that there is actually a proxy. For those that are curious, it is not uncommon for the Terran player to hide their first Rax further back in their main base or even in their natural. That is why Azura is double checking. Azura is double checking these locations, even checking the third base location as well. As second probe moves out on Azura, he finds it. He does find the proxy. Medic Jr. knows he's been found. He knows. Does scout the tech labs, and Azura is fully aware of the Marauders. Shield batteries are on the way. We'll see if the medic can pull this off. Already going for a safety zealot. Boys are being pulled. They can set up bunkers. Oh no! One SCV goes down. Not the best start. One SCV falls. Two shield batteries on the way. Oh no! The final SCV is going to go down as well. Going for the Marauder, actually. I mean, he can go for both. Yeah, why not both? As the Marauders, they take a lot of damage. Soon to be up to 5 Marauders. We are building up. And again, that's 2 shield batteries and an overcharge as well. There's just so much to break here. I mean, Marauders, they can do well against buildings, that is true, but they can't even get close. One Marauder goes down. He's dealing quite a bit of damage here to the Stalker, but a second Marauder falls. As 2 Marauders falling, the shield batteries are slowly running out of energy. More shield batteries on the way. Across the map, Azura confirms there's still no expansion. There's nothing on location. Making sure that it is just an all-in. And there's 3 more shield batteries in production. Now, this is a bit of an Artosis pylon, and if somehow Medic Jr. can take down that pylon, I mean, he can break this position, but the problem here is that he just hasn't been able to build up a high enough Marauder count. Bleeding out 2 Marauders already is pretty massive, and as time progresses, it's getting easier and easier for Azura to defend. Speaking of pylons, that's the second pylon on the way, so Azura's already being careful. Just in case one pylon falls, we'll have a backup. The boys have been pulled! Let's go! The boys are here! Likewise, probes being pulled as well. 1 Stalker goes down to 2 Stalkers! Down to 1! 1 Stalker left! The overcharge doesn't matter! The overcharge does not matter. Final Stalker does go down, but we have another warp in! 1 more Stalker does warp in! And that's a lot of probes. The Marauder count is quite high. But alas, against probes, they don't really trade too well. With that Marauder count, though, we're up to 7 Marauders. Can we pull this off? I mean, we're running out of steam a little bit here. Yeah, nice target firing out of Azura. Does focus on 2 more Marauders. Bleeds out some workers, but Azura still on 22 probes. It's another Marauder, down to 5. Down to 4. And GG gets called. Azura will survive. We'll take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Azura did scout very early on. If that had gone unscouted a little bit longer, then maybe Medic Jr. would have had a little bit more success. I mean, in general, like, there was definitely a moment there where he was almost able to at least completely reset the Stalker count and maybe break through. regardless, GG. GG, well played. Azura will take the series 2-0, and a shout out to Medic Jr. as well. Again, it is very late in the Americas, very late, I guess depending on where you are in the Americas, but shout out to Medic Jr. for, you know, signing up at like 4, 5 a.m. in the morning, for competing here tonight. Thank you. Big shout out to Medic Jr. and congratulations to Azura. Congratulations. With that, we have our first series wrapping up, and now we can check out the bracket itself. Let's go! Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket. As we do have a lot of updates, we have a lot of results coming in. Ooh, okay, from the top, from the very top, we do have Hacker is top, does take down his opponent 2-0 up against Shin. In that round of 16, Shin is going to be the #1 seed. Shin is going to be the one to defeat. We'll see if anyone can contest against him. A player that did sign up but did not check in was Bjorn. Bjorn, we expected him to reprise his role. As a reminder, Bjorn didn't play last week because he was otherwise busy with a super show match. It was a best of 7 show match against Dark. So Bjorn was busy with a show match. That's why he didn't sign up. Or that's why he didn't show up last time. This week, something came up. I guess something must have come up. He did not check in, so Bjorn is not going to be available here. There is no Bjorn in this tournament. That means, hey, it's going to be a little bit more up in the air. We'll see who can take it. Shin is going to be the #1 seed. Scoring down up against Hacker is top. Scoring down from there, we have Honmono versus Hyper 1. Player versus team owner. Very fun first round match. Does go the way of Honmono, as should have been the case. Honmono takes on Hyper 1 2-0, up against GG Machine in the next round. GG Machine, of course, a very young, is an up-and-coming Zerg player, I should say, has a lot of potential as a player, so best of luck to GG Machine. I do slightly favor Honmono there. Scrolling down, we have the match that we've been waiting for. We have the number one Zan fan in Azura going up against Zan himself. Zan is here. Zan is available. Zan recently finished up his military service, and now he's back. He's back. Is he in form, though? That is the big question. He's currently teamless. He's looking for a team, and he's only been back just over a week. Just over a week. I don't really know the state of play here of Zan, so I'm curious. I'm curious how this turns out. On top of that, I'm sure Azura, it's very bittersweet for him because, again, Azura is a massive Zan fan, and for Azura to face off against Zan, it's the drama. the drama, papi. Let's go. Let's go. It's beautiful. Yeah. So we will have that ahead of us as well. I'm sure Azura's going to be very conflicted when it comes to how he wants to perform against Zan. We'll see. We'll see. Scrolling down, we have Young Yakov, not to be confused with Young GG Machine. Young Yakov going up against Hydra in the round of 16. And scrolling down further from here, what do we have? We have Trigger. We have Trigger versus Michnek. For those that are curious, Trigger, he is Canadian, but he is currently living in South Korea. He's also streaming his POV, so a big shout out to Trigger. But Trigger, he's currently in South Korea, so this is a better time slot for him. He's not as passionate, I should say, as Medic Jr. for staying up and competing in today's event, but regardless, shout out to Trigger nonetheless. Up against Midcheck in the PvP. Scrolling down, we have Eba up against Lunacy in the round of 16. Lunacy, of course, the Korean Protoss. Honestly, that's going to be a pretty close one. That's going to be a pretty close series. I do look forward to Eba versus Lunacy. Wish them both the best of luck. Same with Trigger versus Michnek. Michnek, the Ukrainian Protoss. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. Geralt, is going to be advancing on into the quarterfinals. I like how Azura, I was like, we'll cast you versus Zan. He's like, okay, papi. And then he's like, did I use that correctly? I don't know what it means. It's fine, Azura, it's fine. Do love to see it. But yes, Geralt does advance on into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, there was a walkover. Captain Fish did take down Gref in a walkover match. Gref, of course, is a cannon rusher. He's a Ukrainian Protoss player. I was looking forward to the potential Gref-Geralt match, but again, Gref was unavailable, unfortunately. So there was a walkover that was handed over there. Scrolling down, we have Rebellion versus Dave Latos, now up against Nicaract in the next round. That's also going to be a close series as well. Rebellion, of course, the Korean Protoss up against Nickrat, a very, very high-profile player nowadays. When it comes to the rise of European players, we give a lot of praise to Geralt and Cristiano. Geralt and Cristiano, they've been improving a lot over the past year, even longer than that. Nickrat as well. Nickrat has been improving so much here over the past 12 months. It is a shame that so many of these big names are already facing off against each other in the early rounds. But that just goes to show just how stacked this tournament is. Like Eba versus Lunacy, Nickrat versus Rebellion, into Geralt as well. You have Trigger in the mix, you have Mitchnick in the mix. Like, these are all some really good matches, really strong opponents. I wish I could cast everything. I'll be honest. There's a lot to cast, But especially because of the recent news of Zaun coming back, I felt like I had, I have to be there for Zaun. I have to be there for his debut. His first tournament back. I'm assuming it's his first tournament back. I think that's correct. So I feel like I have to be there to bear witness. To bear witness to his comeback. Catching up. Protoss OP, Pappy, OP. Don't look in the Sparkling Tuna Cup channel. Oh no. What's been happening? Not like this. Meanwhile, the vetoes are done and we are jumping into our second series of the night. Let's go into our PvP. And you know what that means? That means if you're in the chat, it's time to get your Gamba going. It's time to Gamba. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the ex-military Protoss. He is just fresh out of the military. He's been out for like 10 days at most. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Green Protoss. He has not changed his name in all these years. He is dedicated. He is the #1 Zaun fan. It is Azura. The drama. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. Azura versus Zaun. And coming into this series, I'll be honest, I favor Azura. Like, Zaun is an amazing player. He's got a legacy behind him, he definitely had his own amazing performances in his career of StarCraft. But I don't know how I feel like this is a proper gamble, because how is Zaun looking right now, right? Like, how much of his skill has he regained? Again, it's been 10 days, so I don't expect him to be at the level that he once was, not quite yet. But where exactly is he? How does he measure up? How does he compare to everyone else? That's the question. So because of that, I do slightly favor Azura coming into this, but I mean, we'll see. It's a PvP. This matchup has changed. I was gonna say has changed the least over time, but that's not exactly true, especially with this year's patch, with the change to the Sentry and with the change to the openers in PvP. So it has been affected and has evolved over time. Ever since Zaun did step away or did retire and did enter the military. But I'm sure Zaun has been watching StarCraft, and there it is. Okay, this is going to be the Stalker Sentry opener out of Zaun. Likewise, same can be said for Azura as well. So far, our players are mirroring each other. Let's go. So far, so good. Likewise, workers do scout each other, making sure there's no hidden pylon. They confirm that all the pylons are as they should be. There's no proxy. There's no cheese. No cheese yet. And Zaun is going to be expanding back at home. Setting up for his expand, I should say. Meanwhile, Azura breaking out. So Zaun is going for a more economic follow-up. Zaun, he delayed his 3rd and 4th unit in favor of an expansion. Meanwhile, Azura did the opposite. Azura, he started up his next couple of Stalkers and delayed his own base. So just a slight deviation here in the early game, where Azura's being safer and Zaun is being greedier. And Zaun should be able to get away with that greed. Behind this, Azura going to be just slowly building up, now taking towards Twilight Council. Xian, his own Twilight Council, is slightly earlier because of, again, the corners that he's been cutting. Hallucination does confirm. And Xian has to be feeling pretty good about this kind of game state. Xian does have a slight lead. He has a slightly faster expansion and slightly faster blink. The downside is Xian's Stalker count, which is lower, that is true, but I mean, if there's no aggression coming Xian's way, then the Stalker count doesn't really mean much for Azura. From here, getting into Blink, of course. Blink is on the way for both players. Natural base is getting getting saturated. From here, we can settle down. Go. And again, I'll be honest, I don't really expect much aggression in this series. Like, even if we have seen Azura cheese before, I don't see him cheesing Xian at all. Like, especially considering, you know, it's his idol. I don't think he would want to be that dirty against him. So there is some kind of like, what would we call it, like metagaming going on? Like there's things outside of the game that are also going to be influencing and impacting our players, I feel. Specifically Azura. But we'll see. It'd be the same if we were casting like Beyond versus Innovation, for example. Where Beyond is a massive Innovation fan. Haha. He's proud of it. For now, though, our players are expanding, taking their third bases. Or Raza versus Maru. True, true. But both players are expanding, they're settling in, getting into their third bases, getting into their forges. Azura is going to be the first to move out. Bearing in mind, I believe Azura's Stalker count is slightly higher. Yep, does have the higher Stalker count. Can threaten the base of Xian? He can, but will he? Hallucination does spot the move out. Xian getting in position, has force fields, has a shield battery, has an overcharge as well. And Xian is in position. And Azura unable to quite make his way through. Does rotate towards the natural. Xian, though, is ready for it. And Xian is ready. Mortar production has begun. More gateways on the way. Tuadepse will shade towards the main, but we don't quite commit. Azura does cancel. And he backs off. You know, he respects the positioning here of Xian. Understands that he cannot quite break this. Will retreat. Get his third base up and running. And we'll move on from here. So again, a much more passive PvP than we're used to seeing, especially amongst the Korean players. We're just easing our way in. The Epsay do shade in once again, but there are Stalkers in position. Xian was ready. So that's still looking for a way in. And it looks like Xian is going to be the initial aggressor here, as he is going to be proactive, shuts down the Adepts. Gets one, the other does commit to the shade. Diving into the main, gets eyes on the gateway explosion. But with that Warp Prism being built, that tells us that Xian wants to move out. But he wants to be active, wants to harass or reinforce. As the Prism has arrived. Charge almost done. Xian will be expanding, taking a fourth base as Xian moves out. Azura back at home is taking into Archons. So going to be a pretty standard army composition here for Azura. Stalker, Charged Lord, Immortal Archon. I believe Xian has kind of skipped that tech. Yep, he has. Temple Archive is just now on the way. Xian, he just saw the Archon with the hallucination, so he's aware. And Xian backs off. So it looks like Xian doesn't really want to commit to anything until he gets his own Archons. So, yeah, the passivity does continue. Both players pulling away. Building up. Again, initially, it did look like Xian wanted to be active, but once he saw the Archon, he does think better of it. Still just building up. Temple Archives did just finish. Archons can now be warped in. Xian hasn't... Well, it looks like he did kind of miss some macro cycles here, so his probe count is a little bit lower than Azura. So once the base does kick in, he's going to have the slightly better economy. Xiao just now main-outing over. Archons are warping in. And it looks like a lot of this will come down to the main fight. Now, the way this dynamic works here is we're going to have a lot of Zealots. Zealots, of course, they're the filler units. They have a lot of potential to close the gap. They trade very nicely against Stalkers and against Immortals. But Zealots, they crumble against Archons. And it's going to be all about the Archon positioning, zoning away the Zealots, getting those shots off, of course, getting that splash damage. So a lot of it will come down to the angle of the attack. The micro of the players, juggling the units, of course, saving the Archons, pulling them back. And the next step here, the next stage of tech for PvP in the mid-game is Disruptor production. And there it is, Azura does throw down the bait. So once again, Azura was the first to take up into Archons, and Azura's also the first to take into Disruptors as well. So the Bay is on the way for those Disruptors. Until then, Xian still has yet to take in that direction, still just maxing out, building up. Zealot run by on the right-hand side. Azura does poke out for a moment. And I don't think our players are really looking for a fight yet here. Xian does end up catching that Prism though, he does spot it! Up! Prism goes down! Massive pickoff! Warprism does fall and Azura forced to engage. Does get a decent concave. But again, Xian going for a counterattack at the same time, going for the Archons as well. Archons do survive. Oh, a couple of Zealots get thrown away. Meanwhile, Zealots they do get into the natural base, into the mineral line. Archon gets sniped, nice pick off by Xian. He gets 4 workers, distracts reinforcements. Takes down one of the Archons. Azura does end up retreating back to those shield batteries. Nice hold position micro. Azura on a low Archon count, that is concerning. Let's see if Azura can maintain himself. Ooh, as he's bleeding out some Stalkers. And despite the whole position, Xian was able to trade better there. Picking up a couple of Stalkers and is going to be diving in. Oh! Going for the Archons. Again, we're down to 2 Archons. Xian, he wants them. Triggers the shields. First Disruptor's on the way. But again, the Archon count might just be too low. Xian, he's pushing in. Catches the Immortal. Archons move forward, and Xian, he's just overwhelming this army. Yeah, Xian getting caught mid-transition. The Disruptor has arrived, but it might just be too little too late. Nova goes off. Decent connection, but there's nothing left. There's just nothing left here. Xian snowballs out of control, breaks through the main army, GG gets called, and Xian will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was, in a way, kind of, again, a little bit more passive there between Xian and Azura, where both players were building up towards their natural, towards their third, towards their fourth. There was some aggression out of Xian initially when it came to him threatening a move out, but he backed off. And then it came down to, in the end, I would say the army compositions. We were being a little bit critical of Azura's Archon count. It was very low. Because of that, he was vulnerable to a more gateway-heavy composition. I do think that the reason why the Archon count was low was because Azura was trying to make room for Disruptors. But alas, that's where he was most vulnerable. As he was working towards Disruptors, he was caught out, and GG. GG, well played. In the end, when it came to the finesse and the eventual army control and army micro, Xian was able to be as efficient as possible, catching out a couple of Archons, or he caught an Archon early if you remember, a couple of Stalkers, and just picked away at the main army. GG. GG, well played. Xian does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but still rocking that old Alpha X logo. Do love to see the nostalgia, puppy, the nostalgia. It is Xian. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. Okay, and now we're going to be entering a smaller map. Map 1 on Goldenor, of course, is much larger, much more prone to longer macro games. Here on Oceanborn, I imagine we're going to be seeing some more aggression earlier on here, in the early to mid game. I imagine we're going to be in each other's faces a little bit more often. We'll see. We shall see. I want to see more, Pack. I want to see more. Show us what you got. As initially, it's going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Zaun. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Azura as well. So far, so good. Azura does dip in. Likewise, Zaun moving out. Just like the previous game, our players are looking for that second pylon. Ooh, as the probe does take a lot of damage. Azura has to be careful. Pulling away, regenerating those shields. Second pylon has been placed. And likewise, same can be said for Azura as well. So no proxy. No proxy, and both players do confirm, I believe. Oh, there we go. And both players do confirm. Zaun bullying that probe a little bit. Thankfully, we'll escape. And we have our initial units of choice. It's going to be Stalker Sentry once again for Azura. Meanwhile, Zaun opening up Stalker Adept instead. Okay. So a slightly different opener here for Zaun. And with the Adept, he can be more active across the map, can threaten shades, and threaten a dive into the main as well. Of course, not as aggressive as Double Adept. It's a little bit more middle of the road. Units have arrived. Sort of backing up. Expansion's on the way. Ooh, and Zaun even does end up hiding that probe towards the left-hand side, thinking about potentially a pylon location for a proxy. Expansions have been placed. We'll keep an eye on that probe. Zaun poking in. Azura setting up a safety shield battery. Oh! We're getting some free shots off. Bit of miscontrol to Zaun. Has to pull back. There's going to be the Twilight Council. Are we tempted to throw down a pylon? No shot. no shot, Pat. We'll see, we'll see. Ah! He's thinking about it. If a pylon gets placed, are we feeling Dark Shrine? I feel like it would have already been thrown down. Like, the Twilight Council's already almost done. Already almost done at this point. I'm getting too excited. As Zaun does poke in. It does shave off some of the energy on the shield battery. Force Field will not quite catch a Stalker. Zaun backs off. Zaun does not throw down the pylon, and he is in fact going for Blink. So Blink is on the way. Setting up his natural. Both players head in similar directions. We do see instead Azura will have the faster forge, so faster upgrades for Azura. But there is going to be a window. There's going to be a timing here where Zaun has Blink and Azura does not. As Azura's going for his own counterattack. Zaun just now finishing up his own shield battery. Not quite done yet, but will finish up in time. Just in time. Taps threatening a shade. Again, upgrades are on the way. Azura settling into his own +1. Zaun hasn't thrown down additional gateways yet. It is just still 2 gates for the red Protoss. He's setting up his expansion. Azura did scouts. Azura did spot and confirm that there is no forge. So likewise, there's also going to be a window where Azura does have that upgrade lead. And Azura knows that. And we'll see who moves out first. For now, we're calming down. Sound building up his immortals. I mean, that's going to be his advantage, even though Azura will have faster +1, and as a result, faster +2 as well. Instead, Zan will have immortals. Immortals to compensate. And Stalker versus Stalker, immortals, they add so much support, or they support the army so well. They can help make or break a fight. But once again, similarly to the previous game, we're just calming things down. And I was hoping for some more aggression early on, but nah, not here. Not between these two. There's +2 starting up as +1 starts up for Zaun. So again, that upgrade lead is pretty huge. See if Azura can leverage that. Till then, our third base is getting saturated. Ooh, Zaun going for a much faster Bay. I do like this, actually. I mentioned before that the big advantage that Zaun has... Oh, does it get scouted? Oh, barely. I'm hoping that Zaun did click on that. Robo's now on the way. But we were saying earlier how the big advantage that Azura has is the Robo production. And these Immortals, right? There's 2 Immortals now to the 0 of Azura. The Immortals will help. On top of that, hey, if you have a Robo advantage, just rush into the Bay. Rush into your own Disruptors. It can be risky, of course. And there are some downsides, you know, with the lack of upgrades and the lack of Archons as well. So it is a risky maneuver here by Zaun. We'll see if we can get away with it. Meanwhile, Azura going for a much more standard army composition, very similar to what we saw in the last game. Going for charge lots, Stalkers, Immortals, Archon production as well. And Azura did scout the Robo, but the question becomes, did he actually click on it? Because if not, he may just assume it was a gateway. If he clicked on one and not the other, he may not be fully aware. First Disruptors coming out. Both players are expanding. Azura moving out as well. Not quite. So Zaun is going to get away with his Disruptors, and it looks like Azura is not going for a +2 timing, he's going for +3. Oh, and it's going to take quite some time for that to really kick in. Personally, I was hoping for, you know, a Gateway Explosion instead of a 4th base, and for Azura to just move out with +2, but it looks like Azura's going for a later timing instead with +3. And that means Zaun has so much time to build up more and more Disruptors. And Disruptors, they don't care about your upgrades. They don't care, Pappy. You can have +5 Stalkers, and the Disruptors are still going to just one-shot you. Doesn't matter. Zaun now up to 2, soon to be 3 Disruptors. I mean, of course, Micro is going to come into play, where if the Novas connect, then things can very quickly swing in favor of Zaun. If they don't, if even Azura is able to snipe them and focus them down. But even then, they're Immortals as well. 3 Immortals. Like, this army's pretty terrifying. Oh, God. Zaun setting for Zealot run by. Azura moving out. Spots the main army. Now he knows. But doesn't matter. Azura setting up a flank. Oh, the Immortal is going to be targeted. The Immortal goes down. Massive snipe. Yeah, strong start for Zaun. Zealot run by hits the 4th. Does try to distract Azura. +3 is almost done. But again, doesn't matter. As Zaun is getting a 2nd Robo and another Disruptor. Meanwhile, the Bay is on the way for Azura. He's also trying to work towards Disruptors. Going for a counterattack, or even just setting up a surround. Zaun pulls away, playing it safe. Again, +3 is done in 10 seconds here for Azura. Not so sure how impactful that's going to be. Flanking army gets scattered. Oh, and Azura getting caught out! No! The Archon! Oh my god. Archon almost does fall. Nova's going off as well. Oh, better friendly fire. Down, hitting himself with one of his Novas. Gonna be forced back. Big connections though. Oh my god. Connections may just still be too much. More cells warping in. Zan has to back off. Disruptors are about to reset. And they're going up. Oh, and they connect as well. Another Archon falls. And the Gateway Army just is not there for Zan. For Azura. Zan is breaking through. He wants the Prism. Up! He wants it. Does get it, but the Warping does finish. Yeah, Zan is just overwhelming. Still has more Disruptors behind this. Picking off the reinforcing Immortals. They get caught out. The 2 Immortals go down. GG, well played gets called, and Zan will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Zan will take the series. Again, Zan being a little bit more cheeky in this game, did take a risk by rushing into... Did take a risk here. Oh, sorry, just catching up. Did take a risk by rushing into Disruptors the way that he did, but alas, Zan wasn't punished for it. It looks like Azura wasn't quite able to click on the Robo, wasn't quite able to click on the Bay, so wasn't fully where it was going on. And in the end, GG. Zan will take the series, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? Does he have an opponent? When it comes to Azura, again, he didn't play too poorly, especially in Game 1. I feel like Game 1 was a lot closer as well. It was, if you remember, Azura just kind of getting caught with his pants down a little bit, trying to work towards his own Disruptors, and was caught out by Zan's main army. Zan was very patient and very meticulous when it came to his overall army control, even in Game 2, even with, you know, one Nova kind of floundering a little bit and dealing a bit of friendly fire, it still did go in favor of Zan in the end. Still quite impressive. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Zan does take it, and let's have a look at the bracket. Let's figure out where we are. Let us head on over. Ooh, as we have our next series, it is going to be a ZVP between Zan and Young Yakov. Oh no, that was a walkover. No, oh, that's a lot of walkovers actually. I'm referring to Hydra got a walkover over Blue Knight, and it looks like Young Yakov got a walkover over Hydra as well. So Young Yakov hasn't actually played a series yet. He has yet to actually play out a match, which is unfortunate, but regardless, can now face off against Zan in the quarterfinals. Scrolling up, Shin takes down Hacker is top 2-0. Shin waiting for the winner of Hon Mono and GG Machine. They're currently mid-series as we speak. They're currently facing off in a best of 3. Scrolling down, do we have any other updates? We do. We have a Trigger. Trigger takes down Michnek 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals, facing off against Eba. Eba takes down Luna C. Very impressive. Eba takes down Luna C 2-0. I imagine that was a ZVP. I know that Eba does off-race from time to time, but I don't think he's off-raced for a while. So I think that was a Zerg versus Protoss. And we also have Geralt versus Nikaract, as Nika, oh my god, takes down Rebellion 2-0. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff there. Nikaract takes down Rebellion, but is now up against Geralt. I do think they're both quite comparable in skill. That is going to be a hard one to call. Best of luck. Best of luck. So we are setting up here. Here we go. Here we go. We are setting up here for our next series. Here we go. And If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. Predictions will soon be open. It will set things up. So we're jumping into the next series. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Sorry, just setting up our player, setting up our lobby. And we are good to go. But again, our quarterfinals are underway. We have Trigger versus Eba, we have Geralt versus Nickrankt, Zan versus Young Yakov, and Shin versus an opponent. We'll find out which one. As for now, we're settling in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, the ex-military Protoss. He's back. He is Zaun. And I'll be honest, I'm very curious how this plays out. I'm very curious how Zaun will approach this PvZ. I feel like mirror matchups have changed the least over time. There are exceptions, of course, especially, you know, like the Cyclone meta, for example, in TBT, but that era has come and gone. So I don't know if there was like too much to really get out of the PvP that we saw earlier, outside of course Zaun still looking quite strong in that matchup, but we'll see how he compares to a Zerg player. We'll see what kind of style he enjoys in this matchup as well. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Young Yakov, for safety, unnatural, natural. Oh, also my apologies, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamba going, papi. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with those predictions. As for now, we're settling in. Down, going for the gate expand to Cybercore. We go. And again, my eyes are going to be on Zaun when it comes to his tech of choice. I mean, I imagine we should be seeing a Stargate opener into Triple Oracle, into a third base. I imagine that Zaun should be headed in that direction, but we'll see. Young Yakov, also not the most standard of players, can be very aggressive at a moment's notice. And Yakov can definitely hold his own. As for now, Probe is going to be zoned away, and Yakov can soon take his own third base. Back at home, we have our tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener here for Zaun. Again, so far everything as it should be. Going for the Stargate. Likewise, Young Yakov will be taking his third, droning up. And I imagine Zaun should be working towards that Oracle. I mean, technically, there could be a Phoenix or a Void Ray opener. That is true. That is true. Can be that. Oh, speaking of. Okay. you have my attention. It is going to be the Void Ray first here for Zaun. His goal here is to hunt down the Overlord. And that does mean that Zaun's follow-up can be a little bit cheekier. He can go for, say, a Fleet Beacon into like a Tempest Rush, second Stargate, can go into a faster Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Or this could just lead into a third, a standard opener into Blink and +1 into a standard game. Zaun has options. Meanwhile, Young Yakov is making more links. He's flooding links across the map. Queens are walking as well? Okay, they're coming back. Queens are walking back. The purpose of these links, of course, are to deny the expansion and delay the third. But there is no third. And that was a lot of lings. Again, these lings, they could have been drones. Young Yakov is looking for some kind of value. We'll find the third base. Void Ray out of position. Yeah, we get this around. Adept goes down. Probe as well. A nice catch here for Young Yakov, and it looks like he will force a cancel. The Oracle pops out, but it should be too late. I say that it's going to be close. No shot. Young Yakov pulling away for that 1 second. With that, the third base gets up. That was a big investment. That was a big investment for Young Yakov. Doesn't get what he wanted. More Lings are on the way. Young Yakov now droning up, and Zaun saves the third. Again, quite impressive. Did feel like maybe Young Yakov didn't quite have too much confidence in going for the base. Did cost him all the Lings. But now he's coming in for the second wave. Another round of Lings are on the way. Oracle towards the right, Void Ray towards the left. This time, though, there are two Adepts. There's a Shield Battery behind this. This time, Zaun should be able to defend, even without the Skytoss units. I say that, the Adepts are getting low, but Zealots warp in. At the same time, Roach Warren is spotted. Zaun, he does defend, and we do get 2 drone kills on the right-hand side. Not bad. Zaun catching a couple of workers. Deflects the Lings, and that was how many Lings? 19 Lings going down. Ay. And again, that wasn't quite worth it for Young Yakov. Now he's redroning, resaturating, and Zaun's follow-up is going to be +1 and not Blink. +1 and Charge. It's going to be Charge.Archon this time from Zaun. Not Blink Stalker. Now, thankfully, Young Yakov does have a safety Roach Warren, so Roach Ravager can do quite nicely against this kind of army composition, can hold its own. A Hydra-based composition can be vulnerable to this. As Young Yakov is expanding, taking a 4th base, droning up, taking gases, and is settling in towards that mid-game. Making a safety round of Roaches, I'm assuming just for safety. We'll keep an eye on the drone count as the Roaches are revealed, and you can see on the production tab, Young Yakov is droning. He did have the opportunity to maybe go for a 3-base all-in, but Young Yakov making even more workers tells us that most likely he's building up towards a longer game state. If he keeps making drones. For now, he's up to 65 workers. More Overlords. Overlord speed on the way. Young Yakov, he might just go for a bit of a German taxi. I say German taxi. Could just be a Roach Queen walk across the map. Yeah, more Roaches are building up as well. Young Yakov is getting ready. Is getting ready for a massive push. And back at home, Zaun, he's not quite ready for this. He has 1 shield battery, 1 cannon. And there it is. They're the Dropper Lords. They're on the way. So it's going to be a 3-base all-in for Young Yakov. This 4th hatchery is just for Larva. Just for Larva. It is not being saturated. Young Yakov cutting works at 65. And here comes the all-in. Here it comes the move out. Roach Ravager through the center. Queen's reinforcing with the Dropper Lords. Is going to be that German taxi. And Zaun is now aware, but Zaun, he was expanding. Oh, he was taking a 4th. Now is not the time. Again, shield batteries just now being thrown down. These are late. Late shield batteries, late response. Zaun, he was in the dark. His pants, they're looking down, papi. He's not ready. Needs more time. Queens are coming in. The Ravager takes down the Stasis Trap. Void Ray taking a lot of damage. Shield batteries are about to finish up. But the 4th base is going to be denied. And Yakov poking and still taking his time. The Disruptor Cannon is building up. Cannons are finishing. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Zaun. And Yakov is on a bit of a timer. We'll take down the cannons. Overcharge gets popped. First Disruptor gets targeted. Nice pick up on the Disruptor. The piles, they won't quite connect. Nice dodges here from Zaun. Pulls back. Overcharge still coming into play. Ooh. Nova was less than ideal. No big connections yet. The 4th base was denied. That was a cancel, not a kill. Nexus was cancelled. More Roach Ravager amassing. I feel like all of this is going to come down to the Disruptors. And how good the Novas are going to be. There is a lot of potential. Up! First Nova goes up. The splits, though. The splits, papi. Splits are a little bit too good. Cloud's going to be connecting. Ling spotting into the mineral line. Another Nova doesn't quite connect. And Young Yakov, he is gaining ground. Gets another, tries to go for another disruptor. The Miles, they don't connect. Not bad. Down, he's holding. Lost the gateway, but he is holding on. Baze take down the Void Ray. Massive pickoff. Young Yakov still rallying across the map. Behind this, throwing down a Hydroden. And Infestation Pit. I mean, it looks like Young Yakov, he knows that he cannot quite break this position, but he's still trading. Still trading nicely. Now we began to drone. Young Yakov has begun droning. Getting to +2, going for the disruptors. Oh, gets one. Oof, not quite worth it though. Takes a big Nova to the face. Young Yakov, he is running out of units. Zana's broken out. As I say that though, Roach counterattack. Roach dropping the mineral line. 6 probe kills. So finally some economic damage. Zan taking a 4th base, does finish up. Young Yakov did miss it until now. And now he does rotate. Going for the mineral line. Probes are falling, forcing a recall. Ooh, so many workers going down. It's going to be another 5 probe kills. Now back at home, Young Yakov, he isn't quite ready with Lurker tech. He's headed in that direction. He's working towards Hydras, working towards Lurkers, Hive tech as well. Young Yakov is not ready. Building up Roach Hydra. Working on those upgrades. That is enough to force Zan back. Zan has to retreat. Does at least get his 4th. Zan is holding his own. Still in this. We spoke about the Lurkers. Lurker Den is now on the way. Hive as well. Oh, the flanking. Calm down, Zan. The disruptors is gonna pull back. Does pull away. 3 workers do fall. And Yakov just trying to distract down. Likewise, not letting run by being set up here towards the left-hand side. And that Lurker Den is almost done. Once Lurkers pop out, I'm not so sure Zan can really break Young Yakov. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Poking in. They'll say hit the left. They do distract Young Yakov for a moment. More Hydra's building up. Lurker Den is done. No Lurkers yet. And down he goes for the dive. Ooh, Disruptor is targeted down. There's 1 Disruptor left. Oh! It zones away. And that means the expansion, it should fall. Not a bad pickup. Zan gets the base. Pulling back. Still no Lurkers. And the Roaches are crumbling. Not a bad trade here for Zan. He maintains his Immortals, more Disruptors. Meanwhile, the Hive is done, and now Vipers are on the way. Young Yakov did lose his expansion, though. He's on a 3-base economy. Young Yakov's economy is in the gutter, but now has reached his final form. Hydra, Lurker, Viper. Kind of the ideal army composition you want against a ground toss army like this. And Lurker range is about to finish. Meanwhile, here comes Ling Run By. Zan will defend. Storm is done. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Zan taking a 5th base. Oof. He's getting a 5th. That's a lot of Lunkers. How many? 14. Jesus. 14 Lurkers. They're in position. And pushing into 14 Lurkers is not going to be easy. Roach drop across the map. Gets into the natural. Big run by being set up as well. 6 probes go down. Zan has to be careful. The High Templar! No! Would you get a storm? Yeah, nice abductions. 2 Immortals and Archon as well. The High Templar, he gets surrounded. Massive pickoff. High Templar go down. No more storms. I feel like Zan should not be here. Not anymore. Does have to back off. Again, losing all those storms means the Lings, they can have free reign. They dive in. And Zhao gonna get surrounded. Losing every single Archon, just one survives. Zhao getting forced back. Trying to rebuild. Fleet Beacon did finish, but yeah, Young Yakov, he's looking quite comfortable here. Shuts down the main army, takes the 5th base. Young Yakov is recovering. And Zhao is still stuck on the ground toss army. He did finish up the Fleet Beacon, but there's no second Stargate. And starting up carriers, it's going to take a while for that to really kick in. Decent Novas. Good Storm as well. Takes out another Lurker. Zealot Rambai hits the left-hand side. Gets 3 drones. Zealot Rambai on the right as well. Just the 1 Lurker. Zealots, I mean, they're gaining value. Getting 1 Queen, almost getting another. Buying time. Ooh, that's just now the 2nd Robo on the way. Don't like this. Novas go off, getting 1 Lurker. Decent zoning Storm. Zealots, they hit the right-hand side once again. This time there are reinforcements. And Yakov is holding his own. No, catching up the main army! Zhao! He gets caught out. Yeah, the Disruptors, Immortals as well. Yeah, massive losses here for Zhao. Losing every single High Templar once again. And the Lurkers, they're coming in. At the same time, he does lose the mineral line though, Young Yakov. 14 drones go down. Oof. But Zhao having a very hard time pushing in. And the Lurker count is just too high. The expansion does fall at the same time. Zealots, they bust into the natural as well. Oh my god. Young Yakov, he turns around. He has to come back home. Zealots are in almost every single mineral line. 26 drones fall, and the 5th base as well. Young Yakov, he races back home. Zhao, he gets breathing room. His 5th base still untouched. Zhao's economy is still looking good. Zhao needs time. He just needs more time. But can he get it? Contamination on the main. Let's go. Let's go. Main armies do miss each other. Mothership has arrived. Oof. So we get the yoink. Not that many Hydras, but there's a 2nd abduction. And Zhao going for the base trade. Yeah, he cannot engage. Not with this many Lurkers. 3rd base goes down. And this base trade was a little bit late. Young Yakov racing back home once again. Mineral line is falling. There is an observer with the main army. This Lurker should fall. And trading a base for a base. But you can see Young Yakov trying to catch out the main army with these Lurkers. Up! Storm going up. Abduction goes up as well. Catching an Immortal. Oh, but that's another mineral line. Young Yakov losing 17 drones! The Vipers! Vipers are exposed. Viper goes down. Mineral line as well. Young Yakov down to 30 workers. He barely has an economy. He's down to what, like half a base mining. Barely any economy left here for Young Yakov. Again, Young Yakov, he might have a better army, but without that economy, Zhao can rebuild. And again, Zhao still has the 5th base, still has the 4th base. May have lost the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. And now here you have Tempest. Tempest are on the way. 2nd Stargate. Zhao, he's done it. Look at the revelation of Lurkers are going down. There's just not enough support. And finally, Young Yakov, he can take the fight. GG, sorry, Zhao can take the fight. GG gets called, and Zhao will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth between Zhao and Young Yakov. Again, Young Yakov, a lot of momentum was in his favor when he reached 14 Lurkers. That was an insane Lurker count. But Zhao was so persistent with the non-stop Zealot Rambais. The Zealots, they were the MVPs of this game. I mean, sure, we had some nice Storms, we had some nice Disruptor shots, true, but the Zealots, they killed mineral line after mineral line. They forced the army back multiple times as well, took down bases. Very impressive. Very impressive performance there by Zhao. And a very tenacious play as well. Just, again, just not really relenting when it came to those counterattacks, when it came to those Rambais. And eventually, they did just overwhelm Young Yakov. Last didn't quite have either the attention span or the speed even to keep up with those run-bys. As they got out of hand. GG. GG, well played. How long is Down back from the military? 10 days. Around 10 or so days. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. And we have our red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, recently back from the military. It is Zaun. Whew. Here we go. Again, Zaun has only been back from the military for the past 10 days, I believe. On top of that, I think this is the first tournament that Zaun is competing in since his return. I don't think he's played in any other Open Cup or any other show match, for example. It's his comeback battle. Let's go. And we're here for it. We are here for it. Young Yakov once again going hatch gas pull, forsake the unnatural natural. Meanwhile, Zaun back at home, going for a standard opener himself. I think so far looking good. Zaun fan finally met Zaun. He did, man. He did. Let's go. Shout out to, I see Gemini in the chat as well. Oi, Gemini, where were you today? I did not see. I see Gemini in the chat. I didn't see Gemini in the brackets. Just saying. Just saying. Where was GGE Mini? Where was Trap? I was looking forward to seeing Trap try and reprise his role here, as Trap is the reigning Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, but unfortunately, not here this week. Likewise, Ryung didn't check in either. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Something that I'm sure many people do not know, but this tournament was kind of named. I don't want to say it was named after Ryung, but it was a reference to Ryung. That's why it's a tuna. For the Dong one, Pappy, for the Dong one. Not just that, but a deeper reference. The reason why it's Sparkling Tuna Cup is because the initial spell STC, and that's also a reference to STC the player as well. So all the references to STC and to Ryung. Despite that, neither one ever played in our tournament. Ryung signed up and he did not check in. Feels bad. Feels bad. As we're calming things down, it is going to be a Stargate opener here from Zaun. Stargate from our Protoss once again. Now, last game it was a Void Ray opener. We'll see if it's the case again. See if Zaun goes for the Void Ray or for the initial ore. Based on the rally, yep, it's going to be the Void Ray. Void Ray is on the way. Meanwhile, Young Yakov embracing some additional Lings. Now, we saw last game, Young Yakov did commit quite hard into a Ling Flood. The Ling Flood was unsuccessful and didn't get much damage done, did not force a cancellation on the third. It was 19 Lings for, I think, one Adept. One Adept and one Probe. Speaking of, Lings are moving out once again. See if Young Yakov can delay and even cancel. But now trying to hunt down the initial Adept. Oh! Does get this around. Adept does fall. Ling's moving out. Void Ray has arrived. And again, the Lings are here just to pose a threat to the expansion. Void Ray the Void Ray is distracted by the Overlord. Lings are in position. And Zaun is going to be contained for a little bit longer on 2 bases. At least for a little bit. Expansion is placed. That does trigger Young Yakov. Goes in for the dive, but the Oracle's ready for this. And Young Yakov is deflected. But at least this time he does preserve his Lings. Oh! Even cashing an Adept. Oh! At least trying to. Yeah, one more Adept goes down. Behind this, Young Yakov has been joining up, saturating his bases, and we can see once again a Forge and a Twilight counter from the side of from the side of Zaun. Last game it was +1 and charge into Archon production. We'll see if Zaun heads in a similar direction or if he goes into Blink instead. Oh! Zoracle dips in. Gets 2 drones. Gets 2 workers, but takes a lot of hull damage. Zaun backs off. Zaun does retreat, and we'll see if Young Yakov goes for a different approach this time. I was on top of a mountain looking at the sunset. Oh, were you with Trap? So romantic. Esther Gemini. So wholesome. Beautiful. Zoracle gets deflected. Lings once again threatening the third base, but this time we have an army in position, we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge. And Lings just scouting. Getting read what's going on, and we have confirmation that this time Zaun will mix things up, and that is +1 and Blink, not charge. Okay, let's go. Zaun just going for a different style. Likewise, Young Yakov rushing into a much faster Hydrogen. Last game we went for a 3-base all-in, if you recall, went up to 65 workers, and committed with Roach Ravager. This time did throw down a safety Roach Warren, but is taking up a lot quicker here into Hive, into Hydras, into Lurkers. Gonna make sense. Alkyone, I mean, it's known for its longer macro games. And we'll see if Young Yakov can tech up and get there unscathed. We'll see if Zaun can punish him. Zaun is being active with those Stalkers. Taking a 4th base behind this. Safe on the right-hand side. Again, Young Yakov can't really threaten that expansion unless he does rotate towards the right-hand side here, towards the south. Did open up those minerals. Zaun does move out. Blink is done. +1 finishing up as well. Young Yakov going for an Infestor. Okay. That's going to be a great way to lock down this army. We'll see if he can get there, though. So far, Lings, they come in for a surround. Stasis Trap goes off. Zaun can keep going. At the same time, Oracle hits up, Void Ray hits up 3rd base. Not getting much done. So far, Young Yakov is holding his own. Reinforcements have arrived. Void Ray going for the Gas Geyser. The Gas. Oh no! It survives! Gas Geyser does live. And Zaun is trading well, but here comes the Fungal. And the army gets locked down. Nice Fungal here from Young Yakov. Shuts down the Stalkers, forces Zaun back, and what this means is that Young Yakov has survived into Hive Tech and Lurker Tech. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Hive is done. Zaun unable to break the expansion. And Young Yakov is once again getting into that final form, getting into those Lurkers and eventually Vipers as well. He's getting there. Meanwhile, Zaun taking up into his splash damage of choice, going into Storm. No river production. Storm is being researched. First wave of Lurkers are on the way. It's going to be initially 5 Lurkers for Young Yakov, likewise running up to 80. And we'll see if Zaun, likewise, once he sees this, starts taking as well. We saw the beginning of Sky Toss in Game 1. We didn't quite get there. We didn't quite embrace it. Just the mothership. And I guess a Tempest at the end of the game. For now, Young Yakov knocking down these rocks. Building up more Lurkers. No Vipers yet. I mean, against this kind of army, we don't really need them so much. That's around too many high-tech units. Oof. Lurkers are revealed. That's a lot of damage dealt to the Stalkers. That's a pretty big volley. And Young Yakov does rotate. He's a little bit supply blocked. He's about to max out. Nice stasis, though. Stasis does catch a Lurker. Storm is done. Initial Storm is okay, but there are 3 high tempo level 3 storms remaining. Down to 2. Now With the help of the CranKy with the shield battery overcharge as well. Oh, young Yakov, it looks like he may have overextended. Where's the detection? Up the detection. Lurkers, 2 lurkers, 3 lurkers. I think they get so much damage done. Oh my god. Zana's army does crumble. No detection. Feels bad, man. Revelation did miss the lurkers. And these 2 lurkers did so much damage. Ay, ay, ay. And it looks like Zaun has been broken. Observer's now coming in. But it might just be too late. Oh. Oh, who is it? No. Is it me? No, Zaun. So it looks like we have some connectivity issues. Oof. But alas, that was a brutal fight. Again, the Revelation barely missed those 2 lurkers. And with that, young Yakov, he's breaking through the natural. Takes down the Robo, takes down the Cybercore. Reinforcements on the way. And Zaun just barely not enough. Barely not enough to hold on. Third base is being broken. And GG gets called. There's just too much to handle, and young Yakov will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, if there was just either the Observer or if the Relation had caught those 2 lurkers as well, it would have been a much cleaner fight for Zaun, and I could definitely see him holding there as well. Apparently he had not quite missed that. Regardless, GG, well played. It also looks like there were some connectivity issues as well, some latency issues, so hopefully everything is okay. We're more than happy to wait, like, just in case there's something going on. Hope everything's okay from the side of Zaun. Fingers crossed. So we are going to be settling in. And we're getting into the ace match. Ooh. And game 3 is going to be on post-youth. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of post-youth, we have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but returning from the military, being forced into the ace match. It is Zaun. Let's see if he can bring it back. As we are loading into a very interesting map, I don't often see this map in this matchup. It is very often vetoed. So I'm curious what the plan is going to be here and how we approach post-youth of all maps. I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've seen this map in this matchup, so I'm ready. I'm curious. Curious how Zaun will approach this. Again, one of the big features of this map is not just the in-base hybrid expansion that is available here to both players, but also the gold. There is a gold base as well in the center of the map. Not just that, but the center of the map is also very wide open as well, very prone to surrounds, very prone to being flanked. As a result, this map is often vetoed, but we'll see. As young Yakov is going for a hatch gas pool, sorry, my apologies, is going for a very different opener here, 15-15. So with this young Yakov, he is going to have a later gas, later link speed as well, as he went for essentially a faster hatchery and a faster spawning pool. A safer opener for young Yakov. Also allows him to expand on location without being disturbed by the probe. And again, we'll see how Zaun does respond. Initially opening up Gate Expand into Cybercore. Getting into his own natural. Typically, the hybrid gold base is also a little bit more effective for Zerg players just because, I mean, gas is more, I should say minerals are a little bit less impactful for Protoss early on. Minerals, I meant to say. I'm also curious to see if Young Yakov does try, yeah, I was going to say if he tries to take the gold, the drone is in position, and Xian is here to deny. Young Yakov taking the standard third base instead, not rushing into the gold. Likewise, Xian parking himself outside of the third, or in between the third and the main. And once again, third game in a row going for the Void Ray opener. Interesting. Xian has gone for it all 3 games. With the initial Void Ray, Xian can try to hide his follower. Game 1, we saw just a third base into Charge Lord Archon. Game 2, we saw Blossom Blink Stalkers instead, into Blink Stalker Aggression. And we'll see what Xian goes for in Game 3 in the Ace match. Technically, we could still see faster Twilight counts with the Glaives. Or we could see a Fleet Beacon. Let's go! And the power of this build is the Void Ray. The fact that Xian has gone for a Void Ray opener every single game makes it that much more difficult for Young Yakov to perceive whether it's going to be something different, something more aggressive, or something standard. So I do appreciate how Xian is playing out this series. We can see Young Yakov going for a very early Roach Warren. That was a sub 4-minute Roach Warren. Now, this could be one of 2 things. Ooh, never mind. As the Overlord does confirm, does scout, and does see everything. Now, I was going to say this could just be a safety Roach Warren, or it could just, because it's so early, could just be a sign of aggression for an all-in. Young Yakov is aware of the Fleet Beacon. I'm curious if he plans to make use of this Roach Warren. Or if, again, it was more of a safety thing. More safety response. Lair is halfway done. Young Yakov joining up. It is going to be a Tempest Rush here from Xian, getting to a second Stargate. And Young Yakov is just droning. He's just droning up and making more queens. We should soon be seeing some spores for a bit of an aggro point for his army. And from here, Young Yakov, he has a couple of options. He could rush into Hydras, could throw down a Spire. There it is, Spire is on the way. Now, bearing in mind as well that this is initially Sky Toss, but very often this does transition to Ground Toss, and there it is. It is going to be the Forge and Twilight Council. It's a build that Classic popularized last year. Or was it the year before that? Like, the years are blending together. But Tempest Rush into Ground Toss. The Tempest initially can pose a threat, but they're going to be more of a supportive unit for the main army. And ideally, the Protoss wants to force an overreaction from the Zerg. Ideally. Tempests have arrived. There's a Spore in the main. Queens have time to respond. And we do have a Transfuse. Oh! Keep the Queen alive. So far, Young Yakov, he holds his own. Tectonic Destabilizers on the way. Let's go. Get into that Tempest upgrade. And so far, so good. Young Yakov hasn't lost any queens yet. Void Ray hitting the gold. Likewise, because of the positioning, these Tempests are under no real threat either. They can just chip away at the mineral line. One drone goes down. Queens are going down. No Transfuse! And not enough energy, not enough Transfuse available. 2 queens go down, a drone, the Spore, but Corruptors are on the way. Corruptors are in production, and Xian is going to have to get the hell out of here. Gets 1 more queen. And another. And that's 9 Corruptors on the way. They have arrived. And Xian will have to back off. Forced to recall. He leaves one behind. No. One of the Tempests is left behind and will fall. And with that, Young Yakov, he defends. He's moving out. And he's backing this up with an all-in. Roaches, Lings as well, Dropper Lords. Young Yakov rallying everything across the map. And Zaun is vulnerable. Does have one shield battery at the third. Now, Young Yakov ideally wanted to counterattack with more queens. Warrior falls. Forces the queens to the stalkers to respond. On the surround! Depths are getting caught out. Yeah, Zaun not quite expecting this. Third base is exposed. Tempest have to respond. Corruptors coming in from behind. And they're going for the Tempest. They got one. There's 3 left. Yeah, 3 Tempests remaining. No shield battery set up. Zaun was not ready for the all-in. And Young Yakov, he's snowballing out of control. He's denied entry into the main, but he's going for the third. He's going for the third base instead. Again, just 2 cannons. No shield battery, no overcharge. It was initially not a bad start for Zaun, but again, he just wasn't expecting this response. Queens are getting cleaned up. That's going to be the third base falling. Every worker as well. More roaches have arrived, and there's just no saving this expansion. Likewise, Corruptors are going for the Templar Archives. They're denying the Archons. And GG gets called. It's just too much, and Young Yakov will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Again, a very decisive response here by Young Yakov. Initially was taking a lot of damage, was losing a lot of queens and even drones to the Tempest, but again, he was very decisive, just going into his initial roach speed, into his roach buildup and aggression, and all in. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Zaun didn't spot it. Zaun wasn't aware. He was aware of the Corruptors, that is true, but he wasn't aware of the ground army that was coming his way. That's why Zaun was so unprepared at the third. He was caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Young Yakov, as he will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. And he is currently waiting for his next opponent. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We have a lot to go over. We have a lot to go over here from the top. From the very top. Also, a shout out to Zaun, because again, we haven't seen, I mean, Zaun has been in the military for many years at this point, and we haven't seen him in a very long time, and here we were able to see him compete and contest against Young Yakov. Young Yakov, of course, a player that has been competitive and improving and been active throughout the absence of Zaun, and did go to the ace match, and again, it was a cheeky build here in the final game, but alas, didn't go the way of Young Yakov in the end. Last Young Yakov was able to shut Zaun down and punish the Tempest. GG, well played. From the top, we have Shin. We have Shin versus GG Machine. They're currently mid-series, currently in a ZVZ. Best of luck to Shin and GG Machine. That could go either way. I'd still favor Shin, but best of luck nonetheless. Scrolling over, we do have Young Yakov waiting for the winner of Shin and GG Machine. So it's going to be a Zerg player. A Zerg player confirmed for the semis. Zerg player confirmed for the finals. Scrolling down, we also have Nickrat. Nickrat takes down Geralt 2-1. Nickrat waiting for the winner of Trigger and Eva in the lower semis. And Trigger and Eva, they are currently mid-series, I believe. Everyone just came out of game. Never mind. Literally every player just came out of game. We have some updates. Shin takes down GG Machine 2-1. Shin versus Young Yakov is getting ready. On top of that, Trigger and Eva just came out of game as well. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Our players are preparing. And we'll see what we jump into first. For now, I believe Shin versus Young Yakov is going to be up next on the channel. And it looks like Trigger versus Eva is mid-series. They're still going on. They're still ongoing. Here we go. So it looks like we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series. Will have the upper semifinals. I did just mention that Shin and GG Machine, they just wrapped up. I'm impressed, by the way. It went all the way to the ace match, so a big shout out to GG Machine. I mean, he also took down Homeowner 2-0, so very impressive stuff. Very impressive play. Alas, in the end, Shin is victorious, and after this short break, we will be able to jump into our semifinals. Now, as a reminder, both semis will be casted, both the upper and the lower semis, and we have, yeah, still quite a large range of players available to us. We'll see if anyone can bring Shin down. We'll see. For now, going on a short break. We'll be back soon. If you also want to help support this tournament, if you want to help support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via two ways, Matcherino and Patreon. A big shout out to all the patrons out there that we do have. We do get a lot of support. Thank you so much to all the support that we get on Patreon. Because of that, that does allow us to have the prize pool that we currently hold for the Sparkling Tuna Cup and for other tournaments as well. If you want to help us boost the prize pool, then you can do so by supporting us via Patreon or by donating directly to Matcherino. There is a Matcherino page set up for all of our tournaments, so it's all transparent where all the money goes and how it's all split up, so you can do so via Matcherino or again via Patreon to help us, grow our tournaments in general. Currently, we only pay out top 2. We would love to pay out top 4, but we do need a greater prize pool for that. So again, that is available to you if you wish. If you wish. We'll be back soon. Catching up with the chat, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 65, and we have our top 2 players. We have our 2 semifinals here ready for us, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. Just took down Zan 2-1, and now he's up against Shin. Shin is the #1 seed. He's the favorite player here in the entire tournament. And can he be brought down? Can he be denied? Can Young Yakov cause another an upset? I don't want to say another upset because, again, Zan did only recently come back, so I didn't really know where to place Zan quite exactly against all these other players. And again, still looked quite good, but did fall at the hands of Young Yakov. We'll see if Shin can avenge him. See if we can avenge down. For now, Hatchgas will standard opener out of Shin. Likewise, standard opener out of Young Yakov as well. Standard openers all around. Also, if you're in the chat, before I forget, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. But I was just catching up. I saw Gemini responded earlier. I kicked his wife off the side when he wasn't looking. Referring to the lovely sunset mountain climb that you had. Again, very, very romantic. Very romantic. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Shaking my head. Just catching up. And yes, Trigger is streaming his POV. That is true. Is streaming his POV, and we will get to the lower semifinals momentarily. We'll get there. We will get there. For now, openers are looking as they should. Link speed is on the way. Working towards our third bases and our gas geysers. We'll see if either player does decide to embrace something like an earlier or even a later expansion, an earlier Roach Warren. So far, though, third bases are being taken by both players, both Shin and Young Yakov. Both players are taking their third bases. We shouldn't see either player skip out of the Bailey nest either. Should be on the horizon. And we're settling in. Are going to be settling in. As a reminder as well, something that could be telling is that GG Machine earlier did take a map off of Shin. I mean, just saying. I mean, it is a mirror matchup. That is typically where upsets can occur the most, whether it's PvP, ZVZ, or TVT. Can happen more often than some of the other matchups, I should emphasize. We do have our links on the way. Bailey has been thrown down here by Shin and Young Yakov. So far, everyone is playing standard. No one is cutting any corners. So far, so good. Wings will sip into the main. Oh. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Young Yakov will confirm. Will scout. We'll get eyes on what's going on. Likewise, Shin getting a full scout as well, making sure there's no hidden Evo chamber, no fast +1 melee, +1 carapace. Just scouting, getting eyes on each other. Nothing major yet. Nice control with the Bailing, not wasting it either. Building up towards Roaches, towards +1 range. Shin will have a slight upgrade lead with a faster Evo chamber, true. We'll be ahead in upgrades. Ooh, as... yeah, the first Bailing is going to be baited out. Not a bad trade for Young Yakov. Gets a Bailing. Roaches are amassing. And Young Yakov is going to be droning up a little bit further. Shin not too far behind him. Both players droning. Getting up to 2.5 base saturation. Roaches are building up for Young Yakov. And again, it's a very delicate dance here in ZVZ with how you drone. You don't want to drone up too much or too little. As Young Yakov is threading a move out, bearing in mind that he's still droning up behind this. Moving up with only Lings. Likewise, Shin taking 1 gas geyser. Young Yakov staying on 4. Shin also getting up to 4 gases. It is a... oh no! Ooh. Yeah, a little bit premature with that Bailing. Not like this. Ling's getting caught out. But what I should say is that Shin didn't take his gas in his main base, so it could look like he's being greedier than he is, depending on what Young Yakov sees. Meanwhile, Young Yakov just taking all gases. Droning up, getting up to 3 base saturation. Shin does pick off a drone, being a little bit cheeky. And Young Yakov, he's gotten away with droning up to 57. Again, that's a lot of workers. And what does that mean? That means that Shin does have the army lead. He's moving out. It's going to be Roach Ling here from Shin. He's looking to knock down that third base. And Young Yakov, has he been too greedy? Uh-oh. Again, there's that delicate balance between droning and making roaches, and Shin has a massive supply lead. Pushing forward, there is a Spine Crawler, Ravager as well. So far, Young Yakov not getting a bad initial start to the engage, but Leagues are coming in to reinforce. Ooh, Files connect. But Shin is overwhelming. He just has far too much. Takes down the Spine Crawler, takes down the roaches. And Young Yakov was too greedy. He's getting caught with his pants down. Drone up to 58. Too many drones, too many workers. And Shin will punish. Yeah, he's broken the third base, getting into the mineral line. Reinforcements are on the way. But that's a lot of Ravagers being morphed in for Shin. There could be too many. But with these reinforcements, he's catching out the roaches. Ooh, Files connect. And that's going to be 13 drone kills. Shin now taking a worker lead. And he might even just kill the third. Yeah, denies the eggs. Takes down the third base. And Shin has too much. GG gets called. Shin will take game number 1. GG. Again, both players that were keeping up with each other, but alas, Young Yakov, he did over-drone towards the end. You could definitely argue, if you remember, Young Yakov, he did scout that gas geyser at the third, and that might have been his tell to drone. That typically is scouting gases and scouting saturation, so he might have just assumed that Shin was building up towards the mid-game and saturating his third base. We know it was anything but that, as Shin did just stay on 4 gases, did stay on the lower drone counts, and just committed. GG, well played. With that, Shin takes a lead, and we'll see if he closes out 2-0, or if Young Yakov can bounce back. As we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. Zerg win for sure. That's a bold prediction. That's a bold move, Pappy. Bold move. I saw a Vital Classic earlier. Who is Young Yakov? Well played. Young Yakov. I mean, he's been a young up-and-comer for a long time. Did really kind of break into the scene during the COVID era of StarCraft is what I will say. That's when he really got onto a lot of people's, or really gained a lot of attention, especially in EPT Europe. Definitely had very good performances. Did step away from the game for a while. I was a little bit afraid that he would have retired at the start of the year. Did take a break, did take some time off, and is now back in full swing. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the player leading the series 1-0, representing Gaiman Gladiators from South Korea. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. Not so young anymore. He was young. I mean, maybe still is, technically. Yeah, younger than me. Smurge, Pappy, smurge. But yeah, Young Yakov, there was a lot of hype and a lot of talk around him, especially, 2020, 2021, 2022. If I remember correctly, I think it was the end of 2022 where Young Yakov, he wasn't as active as he once was. He wasn't playing in as many online tournaments either. Did feel like he took a bit of a break from the game, and it wasn't until I want to say around April of this year, around April or so, like a couple of months into 2024, where Young Yakov started being active again, where he was, dedicating a lot more time to StarCraft and did, jump back into the scene, which was exciting. I was a little bit afraid that he would pull like a Soul Spirit. If you remember Soul Spirit, he was also a player that also kind of rose to popularity around 2020, 2021, 2022. And did kind of quietly retire. So I was a little bit concerned that that the same was going to happen to Young Yakov, but no, he came back, and he's looking quite good. I mean, hey, he just took down Zaun. Did bring Zaun down. And we'll see if he can force the ace match here against Shin. We shall see. So now, hash gas pools, standard openers. Going for our initial standard openers here. Likewise, link speed is on the way. Both players going for their third bases. So no one is playing 2-base roach or anything crazy like that. So far, everything looking as it should. third base, into a Baneling nest, into drones, into some Ligeling aggression. Baneling nest has been thrown down for Young Yakov. Same for Shin. So far, so good. And again, you have to walk that fine line, especially against some of the more aggressive Korean Zerg players. I'm referring to Shin, I'm referring to Dark, and Solar as well. Like, they are also willing to just cut workers and just make a flood of Roachling and just catch you off guard. So it's all about scouting. Speaking of, Young Yakov does slip in with 2 Lings. It's a natural, but is denied entry into the main. And Shin is making an extra pair of Lings. 10 Lings on the way. Defensive Banelings. Not just the one. Back at home, Young Yakov going into his own Roach Warren. And setting up defensively. Oh. Looks like Shin will slip into the natural and the main. Gets a full scout, gets eyes on the second gas. That is a tell that Young Yakov wants to invest into Roaches. And Shin drones. Upon seeing this, Shin will drone, taking his own second gas as a response. Later than that of Young Yakov. Yakov is moving out with Stumbling Bane. Oh, the shitty wants the Baneling. It doesn't quite get it. Not quite. Young Yakov has been able to squeeze out a couple of extra workers, both players building up their roaches, getting into the Evo chambers. And Shin was forced to actually make an extra pair of, or an extra wave of Lings as well. He's going to have to counterattack. Joining up behind this. Shin threatening a push. You can see he does reveal his army here to the Overlords. There is Ling Bane in position. And Shin has no real intention of committing. He's just trying to force his opponent to make roaches. Clicks in. Behind this, Shin has been droning. Likewise, so is Young Yakov. Didn't overreact. So far, a good call here from our Red Zerg player. Getting up to 5 gases. Is that a manual detonation? Did I miss a Link slipping in? Regardless. Baneling goes down. Lane does get eyes on the gas geyser, but again, Shin is only on 4 gases, now taking a 5th. 5th gas geyser on the way. Shin is actually droning. He's droning up, building up towards a longer game state. So is Young Yakov. +1 is comparable between the players. Overseer will confirm the gases, will confirm the saturation. Shin is aware. Oh, another Baneling going down as well. That was actually a Baneling for a Changeling. So once again, some slightly better trades for Shin. Slightly. Great minds think alike. Overseer goes down. Instantly Spire. Instantly Spire here at the natural for Young Yakov. And same can be said for Shin. Both players just rushing into their mute attack. Let's go. And they're going to have a much more passive mid-game as a result. I say that Shin is actually droning up a little bit further. Getting ready for his 4th. And Yakov taking his own. Similar worker counts. Similar enough. Now, what I'm a little bit concerned by here is I believe Young Yakov, he will have the greater Roach army. Overseer gets a scout. Young Yakov, he spots a Spire. Yakov is aware at the same time. Shin moving out with Ling Rumbai at the 4th, and Roaches towards the left-hand side. But Young Yakov, he has plenty on the ground. He should be able to hold his own. He does affect Shin. Shin is forced back. Ooh, but the base was denied. Yeah, the 4th base was cancelled. The drone as well. The drone gets sniped. Nice pick off here by Shin. Shin is now going to be up on an expansion. Both players are finishing up their spires. And I believe Shin has not scouted the natural yet. Shin is unaware. Shin is in the dark. Lings, they rock up once again, and that's a kill! Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Young Yakov pushing out across the map into a concave. Up a ramp. And Shin is ready for this. Oh my god. Does punish. Now, Young Yakov is making more mutas. He's making 11 mutas as opposed to the 3 of Shin. So Young Yakov will have air control. The Overseer does confirm the muta production. Shin, he starts up Corruptors instead. And despite Shin trading initially better with the Roaches, it may not matter. Because he has to back off. He does retreat. Roaches getting caught out. Mutas are building up. Now the mutas were spotted. Young Yakov hasn't gotten much with it yet, just the Overseer. And he's up to how many? He's up to 14 mutas. That's a lot of muta for Young Yakov. But again, because he got scattered, Shin is building up a greater Corruptor army. Muta count is revealed. That's a lot of mutas. Yeah, Shin has to reinvest into more Corruptors. Gets caught out. This is gonna be 3 mutas going down. And Young Yakov with the mass muta, can he overwhelm? Falls back to a Spore. Roach is forced to pull back, trying to tank some Mutaglaves. For those that are curious, mutas, they have, like, in a way, splash damage. They have glaives that bounce from unit to unit. And if you have a unit on the ground, then it can soak some shots. And it'll preserve your Corruptors. So do you see Shin moving out? Shin still with the greater Roach army. Yeah, the Corruptors, they zone back the mutas, and Shin is pushing through. The mutas, they can eventually win this fight, but the Corruptors are so tanky. They're buying a lot of time, and at the same time, in the meantime, we have Shin breaking through. Pushes in towards that third base, pushing into a concave, but last still has the greater Roach count. As pulling back. The mutas will punish this, not bad. Laying run by at the same time. Young Yakov, not bad. Punishes the Roaches. Shin, he's plummeting in supply. Uh-oh. Shin, he is in trouble. Leads out a lot of Roaches and 4 drones. Get the links it a lot. The muta counts are looking healthy. 18 mutas for Young Yakov. Behind this, he's investing into Hydras. Hydrogen has been thrown down, +2. It looks like Young Yakov, he's done with mutas. Like, he has 18, true, but he's not really too interested in investing any further. And he's not doing too badly here. Gets a Gas Geyser. Ooh, can't quite push into Roach Ravager, though. Gets 3 extra workers. And Yakov with the slight worker lead, but the mutas are being pinned down. Again, that's a lot of Corruptor. That's 17 Corruptors. And Young Yakov, he can no longer engage. He is getting into Hydra production, though. Oof. Speaking of Corruptors, they're catching Overlords. They reign supreme in the air. Shin does have air control. Mutas were bullied back. The Vials! The Vials catch out the mutas. The muta count's going to be reset. Hydras are on the way, but they're not ready. And not just yet. As the mutas are falling, the Roaches as well. And Shin, he wants the Hydras. Does start to step forward. The Hydras are so fragile. And Shin, he's overwhelming. He's snowballing out of control. Takes down every single Hydra. There's 1 Hydra left. And Yakov barely holding on to his 3rd, but the Corruptors are still not done. They get every single muta. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Shin will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Shin able to just be too much to handle here. Again, both players working towards their spires. We had one player going mass muta. Shin responded with Corruptor. Corruptor doesn't really have the highest attack rate, but they're very tanky, and they do outtrade mutas in that head-to-head battle. Ideally, Young Yakov wanted to avoid the fights and avoid the Corruptors, but he got pinned down, he got cornered in a sense, and the mutas couldn't really quite escape. Likewise, Young Yakov was in the middle of transitioning into Hydra, which would have been a little bit better, into Hydra Lurker, but didn't quite get there in time. Shin did overwhelm, and GG. GG, well played. Whew. Shin does take it in the end, and Shin is our first player to advance onto the grand finals, but the question becomes, who will face off against him? Who is up against Shin in those finals? Who's it going to be? As we head on over to the bracket and scroll down to figure out what exactly has been going on. Where are we? Okay, it looks like do we have our lower semis ready for us? Scrolling down, we do not. Oh my, we don't yet have that series. That is still ongoing. Trigger and Iba. They're still in game. They're in a 25-minute game. Oh my god. Trigger and Iba, they're going the distance, papi. Oh my god. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yep, they're 26 minutes into their game. It's on side Delta, of course it is. Trigger has Sky Toss, and I imagine Iba has Broodlord Infestor? Question mark. But they're in the late game on side Delta. If you guys want to tune in, if you're in the chat, I got you covered. There you go. Trigger is streaming his POV. Much love to Trigger. But I don't know if they're in... I know they're at least in Game 2. I don't know if they're in Game 3. I don't know if they're in Game 2 or Game 3. I don't know how deep they are in their series. Just that they are in the late game. And yeah, it's a pretty intense back and forth that they're having right now. I don't know who I favor, actually. Oh my god. I don't... There's a lot going on. I don't want to quite like commentate over a stream POV. But do check out Trigger's POV. It's very intense. And best of luck. I do wish them the best. And if they're in Game 2, then maybe we can jump into the ace match. Otherwise, we might jump into the winner against Nicaract, as Nicaract is patiently waiting for either the Protoss or the Zerg, either Trigger or Iba. For now, I guess we have a break. I guess we have an extended break. Once again, I will reiterate that if you want to help support this event, the Sparkling Tuna Cup, if you want to help support it, then you can do so via Patreon. You can actually see our goal just underneath the bracket. You can see the Patreon goal. You can see the sub goal as well. And that is, of course, to get to the next... Patreon stretch goal to help boost the prize pool even further. Currently, our tournament only pays out top 2. It's very top heavy. Unfortunately, we would love to pay out more, but that all does depend on the growth of the Patreon, as of course it is all funded. It is all funded by the community for the community. So thank you so much to all the patrons that we currently have. Again, without you, we would not have this event. Likewise, we also fund Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well through our Patreon. So you can do so through that. Otherwise, you can help boost the prize pool via Matcherino. Matcherino is available as well, and it looks like we just got an update. Trigger has taken down Iba 2-1, and we are going to our lower semis. We have our next series. It's going to be Trigger versus Nicaract in a PvT. Here we go. But a shout out to Iba. Did bring it all the way to the ace match. Did bring us all the way to the ace. To game 3. And now we have our lower semis. Let's go. Here we go. Okay, no breaks, no breaks. But for now, we are going to be going on a very short break. Vetoes are underway, and once they wrap up, we'll be jumping into Trigger versus Nicaract. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with that TVP. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals, the lower semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 65. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Let us go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our next finalist. Shin is patiently waiting in the grand finals for either one of these two players. Will it be Trigger or Nicaract? Terran or Protoss? Who will it be? All things balanced as they should be. We have one player of each race left in the tournament, but Shin was the #1 seed. And I'm curious who will face off against him. I'm curious if we're going to be having a rematch as well. For those that maybe weren't here last week, Trigger and Shin faced off in the Ursasaurus Cup. Wait, was it the Ursasaurus Cup or was it the other one? No, it was the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. That's it. Where Trigger did actually defeat Shin in a best of 3 and did deny him that grand finals as well. So Trigger, he was able to defeat him last week, but can he even face him this time? Can he even face him this week? As Nicaract is standing between him and those finals. Again, Nicaract has been improving so much over time, so much over the past, I want to say 9 months. Basically, this year, 2024, it feels like this has been the year of Nicaract. I don't know what it was, but Nicaract, he was able to kind of break through that barrier that was kind of denying him the upper echelon of European Terran, and Nicaract, he's just been getting better and better results this year. It's been a very impressive kind of rate of improvement from Nicaract. It's great to finally see him kind of break out of that. And I mean, there's still, I would say, there's still like kind of a distinguished hierarchy of Terran in Europe, like, you know, your Spirits, your Clems, your Hero Marines. But just under them, I think that is where I would place Nicaract, actually. I think I would place him above Battlebee, for example, and above some of these other European Terran players. I think I would place him as #4 Terran in Europe, unless I'm forgetting someone, but yeah, Nicaract has been improving a lot. Been looking really good. We'll see if he can go further. From here, Nicaract poking in. Do have our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council for Trigger. So Gate, Cyber, expand into Twilight Council. Working towards Blink. Now we'll see what kind of Blink. 2-gate Blink, 3-gate or 4-gate ways. We'll keep an eye on Trigger. See how aggressive or how greedy he intends on being. Meanwhile, Nicaract, it does feel like his best matchup has been TVP of late. I don't want to gloss over it, but Nicaract, to make it this far in the tournament, he actually brought down Geralt. Geralt is similar to Nicaract, I would say one of the best Protoss players in Europe. I'll say top 5, top 4. Geralt is definitely up there. So for Nicaract to bring Geralt down, that's already a big win for the Terran. And he's not done. He wants to keep going. Behind this, opening up Reactor Reaper Hellion. Behind this, going to Cyclone production. The rest of his Raxes. Quite an aggressive start. He wants workers. He wants to get into that mineral line. Some Stalkers in position. Shield battery as well. Nicaract trying to break his way through. Trying to avoid those Stalkers. But the Warloff! The SimCity! Oh my god, the positioning from Trigger! It does body block in time, does zone Nicaract away, and Trigger will defend. Whew. Again, Reaper Hellion annihilates workers and annihilates mineral lines so fast, and Trigger doesn't lose a single unit. Not a single probe does fall. Very impressive defense. Behind this, getting to a 3rd. Trigger is expanding. And Nicaract looking for another way in. Is denied it. Nicaract pulling back. Behind this, Stim is on the way. Tank production has begun, getting into a 3-1. Now, what I will say is that this is a big delay on the starport. Because of that, this could be a 2-base all-in. If Nicaract does not take a starport anytime soon, if he does not throw one down anytime soon, then Nicaract may pull the boys. So this could be the beginning of an all-in. Trigger back at home, still building up, getting his 3rd. Again, it was an economic opener, 2-gate Blink into a 3rd, into delayed gateways. Now, Trigger is thankfully going for a safety Immortal. We'll have that to work with, but is it going to be enough? And we're waiting for Nickrak to pull the trigger. Ah, see. See what we did there? Okay, God damn. Waiting for him to commit and move out. That's what I should be saying. Upgrades are still on the way. Trigger poking in. Takes the tank shot to the face. Still no starport. I'm feeling the all-in. I can feel it. He wants to pull the boys, Bobby. He wants it. Trigger lying in wait. The Bay is on the way for Colossus. The initial Immortal has arrived. In an interesting an interesting location. He's gonna pull back. And here we go. Nickrat, he is breaking free. Stim is now done. And behind this, taking gases. Not going for the all-in. Still committed though. Still a massive army. That's 3 tanks and a lot of Marines. You can see Trigger trying to slow this army down. Picks off some Marines. Some of the bio. Behind the starport finally on the way. eBay as well for +1. So Nickrat is working on the next step. Hoping to find some damage. Trading with the Stalkers. Stimming in. And once again, another stim. A lot of Stalkers going down. And Trigger, he almost has nothing left. He gets caught out. Overcharge gets popped, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough. It's not good enough here as the Immortals are falling one after the other. And Trigger, he's being overwhelmed. He cannot keep up. If we had the boys with this, just saying, if we pull the SCVs. I mean, regardless, Nickrat, he has too much to work with. He takes out every single unit. The Stalkers, the Immortals, the Shield Battery, even the Overcharge. It's 9 probes going down. Trigger might be able to hold on with these reinforcements. Gets on top of the tanks. But it's still not barely enough. Yeah, the final tank will still live. And the third base has to be evacuated. Nickrat a little bit too much. Trigger with another Warping of Zealots. Can defend. Oh, the Colossus. Colossus goes down. But alas, it looks like the final tank will fall and Trigger barely holds. Just barely. It wasn't necessarily for free. Did cost him a lot of workers. That was how many workers going down. That was 11. 11 probes falling. 2 Immortals, a Colossus as well. Again, that was a rough hold for Trigger. But he does survive. Behind this, remember, Nickrat did throw down a 3rd CC. Is expanding. Is taking as well. 2nd starport's on the way. I do think that if Nickrat had pulled the boys, it would have been enough to have broken the 3rd completely, but alas, Nickrat just building up towards a longer game state. And I still want to favor... Do I want to favor Nickrat here? I mean, still working on +1. Has to rebuild his bio army. No more tanks behind this. No more splash damage. Trigger did hold. And he's taking a 4th. He's bouncing back. I wouldn't say he's quite there yet, but he's getting there. As Nickrat still has an even worker count with the Protoss, plus mules. And Trigger does need that 4th. Moving up with the Colossus. Poking in is going to be able to knife some of these bunkers. Has to be careful to overextend. As our reinforcements have arrived, getting into the main army. Marines are going down Marauders as well. The Colossus does get caught up. And having a hard time keeping up with the main army. The Colossus, no! Oof, almost overextending. But it looks like Trigger may just barely have enough. Another Warping of Zealots coming in. Vikings have arrived, limited anti-air. Trigger being forced back against still a very scrappy game state here. Trigger so close to breaking Nickrat. But the Vikings have arrived. Liberator as well. Nickrat, he has freedom. And he holds. Nickrat does hold. I say that, here comes some more Stalkers. The War Prism barely survived. Trigger, he knows how close he is to breaking Nickrat. He's so close. Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. Colossus falls as well. Again, Nickrat just kiting back into those freedom zones. Into the Liberators. And Trigger, he can no longer end the game. I'm going to say that he's still rallying across the map. Trigger, he still wants to end it. He wants it back. Engaging with the Colossus. Another Colossus goes down again. The Vikings are getting so much value. They get the Colossus once again. Nickrat landing the Vikings, pulling some boys. Catching out the Immortal and the Archon. And again, it isn't just Nickrat defending and holding. He's resetting the robo counts every time. Whether it's Immortals, Colossus, the War Prism. Just some very valuable pickups here from Nickrat. Behind this Trigger on a 4-base economy. He's got his 4th up and running. But again, Trigger has been bleeding out a little bit too much. And I don't blame him, he's been so close to breaking Nickrat, but he hasn't, is the problem. Zealot's coming in for a flank. Nickrat once again pulling back to the Liberators. And Nickrat even catching out those Zealots. And finally, Trigger, he has to pull back home, at least with the Colossus. Hopefully both. As Nickrat, he's weathered the storm. Building up more Vikings. 4th CC is now on the way. And we're still in a very kind of uneasy position here for I feel like both players. Maybe Nickrat is feeling more comfortable, especially now that he's got Ghost. Getting to Lib Ghost. You could definitely argue maybe over making Vikings. Getting up to 10 Vikings. I mean, there's 3 Colossus. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah. Against 3 Colossus is going to be worth it. Trigger has yet to invest into Disruptors. Just Colossus into Immortal instead. Personally, I wasn't sure what the Colossus count was looking like, especially after losing so many, but back up to a healthy count. Nickrat scanning, looking for the expansion. Has yet to confirm the 4th. I mean, now has. Trigger not taking a 5th base. And we spoke about the Disruptors earlier. They're now on the way. The Disruptors, they're coming. Likewise, Nickrat fortifying himself. Towers being thrown down. Turrets as well. 4 CC being landed. Ghost count getting up and running. Meanwhile, Trigger securing himself, throwing down a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Trigger just walling up. And we're entering a longer game state. Zelrambe doesn't really get much. Main army's posturing. 3 SCVs go down. Trigger just doubling down on Disruptors. Right now we're on how many Liberators? Just 2. Okay, only 2 Libs for the time being. Getting to +1 ship weapons, +1 air attack. In this kind of game state, I'm waiting for a Trigger to throw down something like, for example, either a 3rd Robo or a Fleet Beacon and a Stargate, and start thinking about maybe a Skytoss transition, as both players are maxed out. But now though, the armies are still maneuvering against each other. Trigger does find the double drop. Nice position with the Observer. Catches the Medivacs at the same time. Zelrambe will keep the main army distracted. Nickrat going for the expansion. Oh, can he get it? That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Not bad. I mean, considering the fact that Trigger, he spotted the drop, still gets a kill. Main army's rotating. Trigger does have a recall. And he may have to use it. Or do we commit to a base trade? What's the plan? The army has arrived. 5th base is going to be evacuated, and Trigger, he does not turn around. We're trading a base for a base. Nexus will fall, and so should the planetary. And do we keep going? That's the big question here. Do we just keep on pushing? Nickrak, got the 5th, going for the 4th. There is a DT. There are EMPs available. Scan as well. The Dark Templar gets free damage. Army pushing in. Good Novas. Novas do connect, and Nickrak, he's racing back home. He is racing back. And do we have a recall? Mike is coming in. Novas going to be able to zone. Novas do zone away. And Trigger, he's about to be surrounded. We had to recall. Oh, it's not available anymore. It's too late. Nickrak, he collapses in. Massive Novas go off. Oh my god. The Novas are insane. And we do go for the recall, saving at least 3 disruptors. But Trigger did get caught out. Does lose the main army. Trigger was able to just collapse on the economy though. The 4th base went down. Nickrak down to 38 SCVs. Barely an economy. Now last, Nickrak coming out worse for wear in this base trade. Back across the map, Trigger, he's on 78 probes. He's on 5 Nexus. Getting a 6th base. Trigger has double the economy, double the base count of Nickrak. Nickrak, he's all in. I mean, Nickrak collapsing on the army was maybe like the best case scenario, but still. There's still just so many reinforcements, so many warp-ins. Oh, the Novas! The Novas connect, there's just too many balls. GG gets called, and Trigger will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Trigger, he may have been cornered, he may have lost most of his main army, but he crippled the economy, and on top of that, he was able to reinforce. He was able to reinforce, warp in more stalkers, had plenty of disruptors back at home as well. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Trigger will take a lead in the semis. But that was a very close game. That was very, I said it before, very uneasy. Like I felt uneasy watching it. Like it was just very scrappy, maybe a better way of putting it. Where initially Nickrak, he was able to almost break the 3rd base of Trigger. If you remember, I thought he was going for a 2-base all-in, but he chose not to pull the boys. He threw down an eBay and a starport and worked towards a longer game state. Because of that, he barely didn't kill Trigger, and then Trigger counterattacked and lost a lot of units as well, and it was just very back and forth early on. Then the game stabilized, and we ended up in a pseudo base trade where both armies missed each other. Both players initially got their respective expansions. 5th bases went down, and then Nickrak made the choice to turn back, and Trigger did not. And here we go, we're getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into post-youth. Here we go. Here we go. Getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of post-youth, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrak. Let us go. Have our TVP, have our game 2. And even though Trigger did take the first game, that was still very close. And I do think there were moments where Nickrak was ahead, if not, I mean, Nickrak just having a straight up lead. So definitely a scrappy game between both Trigger and Nickrak, and based off of that last game, I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match as well. We'll see as the pressure is on Nickrak. Pressure is on. Trigger dipping in. And again, Post-Youth is one of those maps that also is a little bit quirky as well. Do have our in-base expansion. Trigger being as annoying as possible. Oh, does attempt to delay. Oh, despite that, he's going to get surrounded. Not bad. Nicorette does shut it down. Gets a kill on the probe. And we'll expand from here. We'll get his expansion again. Rax expand, economic opener out of Nicorette. Across the map, Trigger also going for his own expansion. From here, we can calm things down and settle in. Ooh, and now we have our build of choice here. Nicorette going for a third CC. Okay, going 3 CC, 3 ranks, I imagine. So a very greedy build here by Nicorette. And suddenly, oh, Reaper gets into the main. Running the mineral line. But suddenly the pressure is going to be on Trigger. And I do like this kind of change of pace. As a reminder, last game, Nicorette went for a borderline 2-base all-in and almost killed Trigger. This time, Nicorette going for a much greedier build, a much more macro game setup. As there's the second and the third rack, so 3 CC, 3 racks out of Nicorette. And if Nicorette isn't punished for this greed, then he can just snowball out of control in the mid game. Specifically when his third base gets fully saturated, when he will have a massive advantage over Trigger. Now Trigger does come in with hallucination, does scout, does confirm. Trigger is fully aware of the build. He's aware of the greed. How does Trigger respond? But now getting ready for his own third, so it looks like Trigger just opening up 2-gate blink into a third Nexus. Economic opener out of Trigger. I would still favor Nicorette in this game state. Again, it's going to be on Trigger to either try and punish this or even just contain. Just delay the third for as long as possible. And be active with those Wing Stalkers. We'll see if he can. See if he can. Revo is placed. Trigger settling in. Nicorette is going to be building up a bio-based army. Again, delayed tank production or any kind of factory or starport kind of setup. Just mass marine marauder and stim. Trigger is going to poke in. Does force field the ramp, picking up some units. Not catching anything too major. Chipping away at the army. But again, he can't fully engage. There is a window here where stim isn't done. Trigger does catch a marine. Gets 2 marines so far. It's something. 2 marines. Borders on the way behind this. Safety mortal. And Nicorette, upon moving out like that, was able to establish his third. His third base is getting up. And right now, I mean, the worker count is in favor of Trigger, but that is soon about to change. As Nicorette is building up his SCV counts, muling as well. Nicorette is going to be threatening that third. And Trigger is still building up towards that splash damage. The base on the way. That's going to be for the Colossus. Nicorette, he stims in! Ooh, into an overcharge! Into force fields as well. He just stands and delivers. He doesn't care. He just focuses on every single stalker. The stalkers go down. There's one left. I feel like we could have maybe kept going there, but Nicorette does pull back. He does preserve his army. Did trade well. Again, he took down 6 stalkers and 3 sentries. Very nice value for Nicorette. He's going to be reinforcing. I mean, Nicorette, he still has a threatening army. 4th CC behind this. There's not even a 4th on the way for Trigger. Oh my god. Still no 4th on the way. CranKy playing it out carefully. There's still not much to work with here for the Protoss either. First Colossus is on the way. And CranKy backs up. I mean, I still do favor CranKy's position here. I mean, he still has quite an army to work with. His fourth base on location is the gold as well. Trigger doesn't quite confirm. And it looks like CranKy, he's waiting for his medevacs. He's waiting for a little bit more sustain with his army. And just playing it safe. Second starport's on the way. CranKy catches the observer. Trigger just now taking the fourth. Now, what's terrifying about this is that typically in this kind of dynamic, in this matchup, the Protoss player wants to be up a base. Because of mules and because of the dynamic of mules as well, Protoss player ideally wants to be up an expansion. Instead, it's CranKy that's up a base instead. And now you can see that reflected in supply. Like, there's a reason why CranKy has a massive army supply right now. Because of the faster third, and now the faster fourth. So CranKy's greater economy is now turning into a greater army. And, yeah, CranKy, he's looking to overwhelm. Now, what Trigger is doing is risky, but I think it's necessary. Trigger, he's going into Disruptor. He's skipping out on the second Colossus and rushing into Disruptor. It's high risk, high reward. And I feel like in this kind of game state, we need to take a risk. If Trigger can land a juicy connection, then Trigger can survive. If not, well, so far, okay. But the Disruptor is going to go down. Not the best trade for Trigger. Disruptor does fall, and here comes the main army, pushing towards the left. Pylon goes down. Trigger being pinned back. Down goes the shield battery, cannon as well. And the Vikings are reigning supreme. There's only one Stalker. And CranKy, he's going for the base, going for the Nexus. The fourth base goes down. Drop into the main is denied. But again, CranKy, he's just securing himself. He's just perpetually up a base, up an expansion, up an economy. CranKy building up more Vikings, making 4 Vikings at a time. No Ghost Academy yet. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies, I missed it. He's already got the Ghost. Oh, he's fine. I was gonna be like, my one caveat was like, oh, you know, he doesn't have EMPs. Now, he's got him back. He's got the EMPs. Never goes up. CranKy, he will shut it down. And Trigger, he's up against the wall. Can he establish a fourth base? He's got how many disruptors? 3. 3 disruptors. There is potential. There is potential with these disruptors. With this army. I want to believe. CranKy getting a 5th expansion. On location. Waiting for his reinforcements. And CranKy almost maxed. But pushing into disruptors is a difficult thing to do. It's not easy. CranKy goes to the stem. Up! Nova zones away. There's still 2 more Novas left. CranKy splitting off his army. Trigger does spot the rotation. And Trigger, he's buying time. So far, he's keeping up. CranKy runs into a Colossus. Is going to be deflected. And Trigger, he's holding. He's holding back. He's surviving. And CranKy, he can't quite break through. And despite the supply lead, will catch a stray Colossus. Some missed movement here by Trigger. Colossus goes down. Just some mispathing with the main army. This 5th base is ambitious by Trigger. Likewise going to be denied, but that is how many disruptors? 7! 2 Novas go up, 3 Novas go up. 4 Novas left. Trigger stimming on in, getting into the mineral line, going for the base itself. Oh, won't quite get it. Trigger will defend. Gonna cost him some Stalkers. Main army coming in from behind. CranKy once again trying to go for a split push. And behind this, 2 more starports. And a fusion core on the way for Nickrat. He has not quite been able to embrace Liberators. I mean, Libs would have been ideal. This is a bit of a later transition for Nickrat, but he's getting there. That is Liberator range. Until then, oh, big Novas! Oh my god! Massive connections! Oh, and Nickrat, the splits are not there! Yeah, they're not there, not in time. Trigger, he breaks out! And the Novas, the Disruptors are just a little bit too much. Trigger, he is breaking through and he can counterattack. The Mass Disruptor! He's doing it! Again, the Liberator transition was just a little bit too late for Nickrat. Novas going off once again, massive connections! The Vikings land, GG gets called, and Trigger, he bounces back, takes the series 2-0, advances on to the grand finals. GG. Trigger, calm down. GG, well played. Trigger getting up to, what was it, 8 or 9 disruptors at the end there, getting into Mass Disruptor, and in the end, he was contained. That is true. His 4th place was denied over and over again. He was contained. I do think that Nickrat was doing everything right for a long time there, but the big criticism and the next big power spike for Terran is Lib Ghost, right? Or Ghost Lib, maybe a better way of putting it. Liberators, they do add a very different dynamic here, and they do allow Terran players to actually have an anchor point for their main army, and to actually zone away the Protoss and have, again, the Protoss be forced back instead of the other way around. And it was on the way. We had a Fusion Core, we had 2 more Starports, we had Lib Range in production, but no Liberators. Again, that transition did feel a little bit late, especially considering that Nickrat had maxed out, and that Nickrat was on 5 bases. So it did feel like, you know, he was just a little bit too late to get there, and as a result, there was a window. There was a window of opportunity, and Trigger did break through. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Trigger will take the series 2-0, advancing on to those grand finals. Very impressive, very intense series, what I will say. GG, well played, and we are heading over to the Korean server because Trigger, of course, is in Korea at the moment. He's living in the land of South Korea, and we're heading over for that best of 5 grand finals. Let's go. And a big shout out to Nickrat, because what I will say, this was not an easy series for Trigger. On paper, it looks like, oh, you know, Trigger, he 2-0'd. You know, Trigger, he popped off. In a way, yes, but at the same time, if you watch the games themselves, Nickrat, he had a lead both in game 1 and in game 2 as well. Like, Nickrat, he was not outclassed by any means by Trigger. It was a very close best of 3, and I hope Nickrat is not discouraged after this series. He did play well. Did play well. GG, well played. Trigger does take it in the end, but a shout out to Nickrat. Big shout out. Again, he's a regular in a lot of these online events. We do hope to see more of Nickrat in the future. Until then, though, we have our 2 finalists. And before the grand finals, we have a raffle. You have a raffle, you say? Ah, we do, Pappy, we do. Let's go. Here we go. So we have quite a wide array of players here. We have of course our bracket. We have our 2 finalists, but we have something special as well. Now, on the one hand, this tournament is very top heavy. You know, top 2 get paid out. So we'd love to have it grow. Exclamation mark Patreon if you want to help us grow our tournaments. But another thing that we do have here for the events is that we do have a $5 random raffle. It's nothing major, it's nothing too big, but it's just a random $5 that goes to, well, it is 5 USD that goes to a random player, a random participant of this week's tournament. Here we go. This week we have 22 players that are eligible for this week's event, and one of them is going to walk away 5 USD richer. It doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the first round or if you're a finalist. Someone like Trigger or a player like the Medic Junior is equally eligible for the tournament, but there are some players that are ineligible. There were a number of walkovers, so players like Blue Knight, Hydra, and Gref. There are 3 players that actually did not play out their matches. Because of that, they are not going to be eligible for the random raffle. We do require that players actually play their games. How dare we? I know, right? You have to play the game? Crazy, crazy. Here we go. So we do have our random raffle, and before we get into it, a shout out in the chat. Thank you so much to Erda1010. Thank you so much. Bobby God, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. Which Prime. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy your emotes in the chat. We have plenty of emotes. We have, of course, replay packs available as well. If you want these replays, if you want to watch these replays yourself, cast them yourself, or even learn from them, then we do send out replays to our subscribers in Discord. So you can join our Discord for that if you want to benefit from that sub. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. And it's time. I still need like a little mini drum. Like a little mini drum set. Regardless. This week, congratulations to the random raffle winner. This week, congratulations to the Zerg player, GG Machine. GG, well played, GG Machine. For those who are unaware, quickly checking the bracket itself, he was actually featured in the upper half of the bracket. Let's scroll up. He went down in the quarterfinals to Shin, and he took a map. He went all the way to the ace match against Shin, which is better than any has so far. GG Machine is the only player to have taken a map off of Shin, and he walks away with 5 USD. GG. GG, well played. You can see Trigger just under him. There's Trigger, there's the Mohawk, Medic, hey, there's Medic Jr. also there, Nicaract, and Dave Latos. Just barely coming up a little bit too short. But congratulations to GG Machine. Of course, as always, hashtag rigged in the chat, as always. And now we're getting ready for the finals. Alright, getting ready. Here we go. And let us get ready for that best of 5. Finals, best of 5. Beautiful. Here we go. Okay, we have our 2 finalists. We have our 2 players. And who is going to be our champion this week? Will it be our Zerg player or our Protoss? Who's it going to be? For those that are curious, the reigning champion of Sparkling Tuna Cup is Trap. The Korean Protoss player, Trap is the reigning champion, but he was not here this week. Again, we heard earlier from Gemini. We heard earlier from Gemini that Gemini and Trap, they were, having a romantic sunsets hike on a mountaintop. It was beautiful. I can see it already. They were otherwise preoccupied. So unfortunately, neither one was able to sign up this week, unfortunately. But regardless, we have our 2 finalists. And we'll see who will be our champion this week. I believe neither one has been a Sparkling Tuna Cup champion before. It's going to be the first for one of these 2 players. Is going to be the first, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. It should have been me. Yeah. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this should be a prediction for the entire series, not just the game. So it is a prediction for the best of 5, not just game 1. Hello, Shin. As Shin is doing what he does best, he is rushing into the gold. Gold base is being taken. Trigger moving out with the probe scouts. Trying to get a read on what's going on. And alas, Shin so far sneaking into that gold. So far, standard opener out of our Protoss player, and Trigger will soon realize what's going on. Again, Shin is known for rushing into this gold, so Trigger, yeah, you can see he's very quickly scouting, checking that location, and will confirm the gold base. Trigger is aware. And we'll see if Trigger can punish this. So it can be quite difficult. On the one hand, Shin is going to have to defend two locations that are quite spread out, the goal base and the main. But Zerg players have been getting better and better at doing so. As Trigger, he does spot the Maynard. And we'll see if Trigger does go for Adepts to try to punish this, or just go into a Stargate opener instead. We'll see where he takes us. We'll see. He beat Honmono. He did. He did beat Honmono. True. Not wrong. As you can see, Trigger just being as annoying as possible, trying to force some inefficient mining here in the gold. Cheeky move. Likewise, behind this, going Stalker first. Interesting. Going for the initial Stalker. And we see why. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Trigger. Okay. Trigger is going to be the aggressor. We mentioned before that right now the pressure is on Trigger to punish this. He's going to do so with what looks to be either Glaive Adepts or maybe something a little bit different. Could be Adepts, could be a DT opener instead. Trigger has options. And the Stalker, the purpose is to deny the Scout. Is to keep the Overlord pinned at the pillar and ensure that Shin stays in the dark. On the main base, we have not pulled out of gas. Oh my god. Okay. I just a roller coaster ride of emotions. I was a little bit shocked when I saw charge. I was like, he's crazy. He's going for a 2-base all in. But he cancels charge, goes for glaives. That is a lot more standard, a lot more sane. Going for a gateway explosion as well, pulling out of gas. So it's going to be 4-gate glaive adept out of Trigger. And we'll see what the execution looks like. We'll see if he can bring this all together here. If he had stayed in gas, this could be... Oh, because I think we are pulling back into gas. This could be Glaive Adepts and DTs. As we are pulling back in. So Trigger might be a little bit more committed. No! The wall's not a wall! Lings, they flood in. They flood in. Boys are being pulled. The Stalker is going to go down. Ay, a rough start for Trigger. Not like this. Not like this. Gonna be the Stalker, both workers, and he wants the Adept. He gets it. Gets the Adept, gets a full scout of the main base as well. Shin, he sees everything. He sees all, he knows all in the main. Gets eyes on the extra gateways. That's a 5th gate on the way. And this is a rough start for Trigger. Not like this. We have more Lings on the way. Shin going for a Roach Warren. He's aware of how committed Trigger's about to be. And Shin is getting ready to shut this down. As essentially this is now an all-in. I say that Trigger does cancel the gateway. Okay, never mind. He expands, takes a 3rd. I don't know if he can save the 3rd base, but Trigger is trying to macro out of this. Trying to play some mind games. The expansion is denied. Yeah, Lings, they're forcing the all-in whether Trigger wants to or not. We'll head towards the gold. Get a drone, but the Lings will shut this down. And again, there's no Robo. There's no Robo. There's no War Prison behind this. Robo's still on the way. And Trigger is still stuck on 2 bases. Yeah, he's not going to be able to expand. It's just not going to happen. Shin just has too much map control. Once again, catching out the Adepts. It's just been a rough start. And Shin is massing roaches. Shin is not just about denying the expansion and containing his opponent, soon it's going to be about killing Trigger. As more Adepts are getting caught out, things will back off. Shin cutting workers at 32, has a low worker count because it's going to be Shin's turn to be committed and to be all in. Roaches and Ravagers are amassing. Lings are building up. Now Trigger does get eyes on all the roaches, but just because he knows they're coming doesn't mean he can stop them. Now he's getting into Immortal production. There's 1 Immortal on the way. But there's no shield battery, there's no overcharge. There is that 1 sentry with a force field, but that's the 3rd base is going to be denied once again. Shin pushing forward, zoning away the main army. Will deny the expansion. Ooh, that's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. And that's Nartos' Pylon. Oh my god, Pylon goes down, everything gets depowered, GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. Shin will take the first game, but again, it was just a really rough start for Trigger. Unfortunately, Trigger, you know, he's a big hero fan, so he pulled a bit of a hero. The natural base was wide open, Lings flooded in, worker damage was dealt, the Stalker, the Adept, full scatter the main as well. Shin was in the driver's seat from that moment. There was a lot of potential for for Trigger, if he was able to hide his initial build and, you know, get into it, but alas, was denied that, and with that, Shin takes the first game. Here we go. Here we go. As a reminder, this is a rematch. I believe, if I recall correctly, Trigger and Shin, they faced off last week in the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, where Trigger did defeat Shin in the semi-finals, and did deny Shin the grand finals, where Trigger went up against Bjorn. But now they're in a best of 5, and now it's time for the Zerg player to get their revenge. As we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. So Trapper stopped it with Cannon Rush? Yes. Not just Trap, as Shin is going for the gold, of course he is. But Trap alongside Hero, Classic, a lot of the Korean Protosses. A good way to punish the gold base. Speaking of punish, let's go. But speaking of punishing the gold bases, you can do so with a Forge Expand. Speaking of, the Forge has been placed, and this time Trigger, his goal here is to try to punish the expansion, but there is no Overlord in position. Pylon has been spotted. We'll see if Shin can get away with the gold. Boys are being pulled. The boys are on the way. Pylon is about to finish. Trigger coming back in. And can Shin save the expansion? As the boys have arrived. Up! The probe! Probe getting caught out. Cannon is under fire. Oh, and this cannon rush, it's being denied. It's being shut down. Yeah, the cannon is going to be cancelled. The probe is being zoned away. And this cannon rush, it's not going to be able to get up and running. Yeah, the cannons will be denied. Oh, he wants the probe. He wants it. He gets it. Probe goes down. Cannon as well. Oh, and this is a rough start for Trigger. He invested so heavily here into denying the expansion, and he's not going to be able to. The base is going to get up and running, unlike on Alcyone, for example, where you have the terrain helping you kind of zone away the drones and get the cannon rush up and running. Alas, here, the cannons are out in the open. They're out in the open. The terrain is working against the Protoss here. It's not as ideal. Alas, Shin does shut it down. Behind this Trigger, he's going to follow up with his own gold, with his own expansion. Gate is on the way as well. But alas, I would definitely say that Shin is in a better position here in the early game. Has taken the Rich Vestine Gas Geyser. Roach Warren has been placed. Again, with the high yield gas, Shin can afford to rush into Roaches. Trigger is going to be in trouble here. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. As Trigger can't really apply any pressure. He can't really threaten the bases of Shin. Roach Warren about to finish, and Shin can rush into his own Roach Ravager. With that, he can do one of two things. I mean, he can do it all, actually. He can deny mining here at the gold base with his Roaches. A reason why this gold is a little bit safer for Protoss is because Lingbane can't really touch this, but range-based units can. So Roach and Ravager are on the way. Likewise, this Warlock is looking quite vulnerable as well to Ravager piles. The tech was delayed because of delayed tech in general because of the faster forge, because of the cannons. It is initially a rough start for Trigger. Trigger, he just wants to get into his game. He just hasn't been able to. The Ravagers are on the way. You can see Shin peeling off a handful of roaches to threaten the mineral line, to deny any kind of mining, to distract Trigger. As the main army does hit the natural. Yeah, cannon's going to be shut down. No shield battery. Cybercore under fire. Likewise, roaches, they hit the gold. And Trigger, he's stuck on a one base economy. The Cybercore's going to fall as well. Not like this. Warp Gate is denied. There's an Oracle on the way. But against an overwhelming force like this, there's just not much that Trigger can do. He's going to try and buy some time with the Wall of Pylons. But last Shin is broken in, takes out the Oracle. GG gets called, and Shin will take a 2-0 lead in the Grand Finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, just a really rough start for Trigger. He attempted to punish this build with a cannon rush. Unfortunately, alas, Shin was able to shut it down, pull the boys, made sure that the cannons were not able to get up and running, was able to zone away the probe, more importantly. Got some nice surface area on those cannons and did just shut it down. And with that, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can have an extended series, but alas, the pressure is now on Trigger. No more missteps, no more mistakes. We have seen Trigger defeat Shin before, but these have been some rough games, especially because I don't think Game 1 and Game 2 have really been able to showcase the skill of Trigger. It's just been some really rough starts. Where Game 1, he went for a Twilight Council opener, and there was a hole in the wall, so Lings just flooded in, and it was just a rough start. Likewise, Game 2, failed Cannon Rush. Now we're getting into Game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. One game away from taking the entire series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. The pressure is on Trigger. Has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this and to potentially force the ace match. The pressure is on. Now, what I will say, as we load into side Delta, there's no gold. There's no gold bases on side Delta, so Shin, he's not tempted to go for a ninja base to rush into the gold like he was in both the first games. So we should see a more standard opener, and we should be able to embrace the mid-game for the first time this series. Like, this has been a fast final so far. It was a really fast Game 1 and Game 2. A big part of that was the maps. I mean, also Shin, but the maps did enable Shin to be more of an animal in Game 1 and Game 2. And what do you have in store for us here in Game 3? Again, we'll see if Trigger can shake off the last couple of games, can hone in. Again, we have seen Trigger defeat Shin in a standard game, but we just haven't had standard games. Like, we haven't gotten the mid game yet. It just hasn't happened. We haven't gotten there. Trigger's going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Everything looking as it should. And now we can take a moment to just calm down, you know, embrace the ZVP. Pylon has been placed. Soon to be, I imagine, a Stargate opener. There we go. Stargate has been placed for Trigger. And from here, we should be seeing an Oracle into a third. Into something more standard. We'll see. Shin is taking his own third base, droning up. Making a handful of links to keep up with the Adepts. So far, so good. Trigger does get eyes on the third. And the initial unit of choice should be an Oracle, but we'll keep an eye on Trigger. There we go, the Oracle is on the way. here, Trigger, he can establish himself, get into a third, get into his own proper saturation. Oh, the Adepts, they do commit to the shade. A little bit unfortunate here, but the Adepts will go down. Massive catch from Shin. And without those Adepts, the third base of Trigger is going to be that much more exposed. The third is going to be that much more vulnerable. Lings are moving out. Ling speed about to kick in. And Trigger may have to keep his first Oracle back at... Yeah, he has to keep his Oracle back at home. Without the Adepts, the Oracle is going to be stuck here. Shin trying to bait out the Pulsar Beam. Dips in. Does rotate. And the Pulsar Beam is activated. Just forcing Trigger to spend energy back at home to defend. Behind the Shin droning. Saturating his third. Second Oracle has arrived. Now Trigger can move out. It's going to be on Trigger to get an eye on the saturation and try to punish the economy here of Shin. Let's go. As two Oracles can one-shot drones. Shin going into a 4-minute 30 lair. Very early lair timing here out of Shin. Gases are being taken. This could be to rush into Hydras. This could be to even rush into a Spire. I'm curious what the lair is going to be used for here. Shin is zoning away the Oracles. For the time being, he's on 3 gases. Third Oracle heads towards the main, and Trigger, he will up. He will not be able to scout. Tries to get a little bit closer. There we go. Does get eyes on the main base. Does spot the lair. Oracle taking a lot of damage. Shin does skip the Roach Warren. He's getting up to 4 gases. And again, all this gas has to be spent on something. I'm leaning towards Hydras, but yeah, there it is. Hydra Den has been thrown down, so it's going to be Ling Hydra for Shin. And Trigger is headed into +1 of Blink Stalkers. So this is going to be ideal for Shin. Ling Hydra can be punished by like a more charged out Archon heavy composition with Storm. Is more ideal against Blink Stalkers instead. Oracle's ahead for the main base. They're going for the Queen. But the Queen is saved and the Oracle goes down. At least Trigger does scout the tech. At least he's aware of the Hydra Den. Hydras are amassing. Queens would intercept. Trigger behind this, not going to Colossus, but working towards Storm. Temple Archives on the way. The initial Stalkers will move out. But there's going to be Ling Hydra to meet this army. Like, Shin is ready for this. Yeah, and they force a recall. The Stalkers will escape. Most of them will. Most of them do recall back home. Ling's trying to catch out whatever's left. Yeah, there is no blink. Stalkers do fall, and Trigger is stuck at home. Yeah, cannons and shield batteries are being thrown down. Storm has begun, but Storm is still a ways off. So until Storm finishes, Trigger can't really push. And Shin has options. Either he can just commit to a 3-base... Oh, never mind. He's on 81 drones. Oh my god, he droned up so heavily! Shin is on 81 workers, and from here he can tech up. He can go for an Infestation Bit into a Lurker Den and a Greater Spire. Greater Spire? Sorry, I meant to say Hive. Or he can max out. Once again, he's got his Hydras. The horns have horns. I don't see any other pro player use this skin, but those are some Hydras. They've got quite a lot going on. And Shinny's committing. There's no further tech. There's no Infestation Bit. There's no Lurker Den. Just purely Lingbane Hydra. Banelings are morphing in. We'll see if Trigger can survive this. Now, the plus side for Trigger, if he does survive this push, I mean, Shin has been neglecting his tech, right? He has been neglecting, you know, his Hive and everything else that comes along with it. But Shin is almost maxed out. He's walking into a wall of cannons. Bailey's making the way into the mineral line. Storms are coming in. Massive storms on the Banelings. Oh my god, the Banelings get shut down. And Trigger, he defends. He does shut down the Ling Bane. Hydra's being forced back. That was the best fight that Trigger could have hoped for. Get his cannons in, finish up just in time. But does he have another storm? He does. Whew. Does have another storm. And Shin is being a little bit stubborn here. Shin is still remaxing on Ling Bane Hydra. He's still not teching. She's making the choice. He wants to end the game with this army. Baneling's rolling in once again. Trigger does respond. Pulls away in time. Nice blinks. But at the same time, oh, Trigger, he just doesn't have the supply. He doesn't keep up with the second army. Defends against the Banelings, but what about the fourth? And Trigger getting pulled apart. Baneling's coming back in. They hit the third once again. The fourth falls the mineral line as well. And Trigger's getting pulled apart. Again, if it was just one frontal assault, I do think the Trigger could hold. But not against this. Not against these split pushes. As Shin, he's just remaxing for a third time. Now finally throwing down Infestation Pit. Another Ling Bane run by. And Trigger, he's forced into an all-in at this point. He's stuck on 3 bases. His army's forced to turn around. Shin, he wants the expansion, doesn't quite get it. But Shin, he ensures that there is no 4th base. There is no expansion. There's no economy for Trigger. Shin even slipping in for a run by. Bust into the natural. Probes are going down. 4th base under fire. Shin, once again, he gets into the mineral line. 13 probes go down. It is just a numbers game where Trigger just cannot keep up. And the hive is about to finish, is about to complete. I'm assuming that because there's no Lurker Den yet, I'm assuming that Shin is going for an Ultra Cavern. That is my assumption, at least. Otherwise, we would have seen further tech. Gases are being taken, +2 melee. Trigger, he's stuck at home. He's slowly fortifying himself. He's building back up. He's at least secure on 3 bases. He's slowly getting his 4th. Wall of pylons on the way, soon to be cannons as well. Shin once again pushing in. Trigger can weather the storm a little bit longer. And Trigger could try and stabilize. It's possible. Ling Bane rolling in. Stalker in position. No shield right behind this. There is a warp in. And Trigger does respond in time. Just threatening a dive. Yeah, Baneling's there going for the High Templar. No, the High Templar exposed. 2 High Templar go down. 2 High Templar left, but we've run out of storms. The 4th base is denied once again. For a 4th time. And there's that Ultra Cavern. Again, Shin just doubling down on his melee upgrades. And on just diving in. It's going to be Ling Bane Hydra into Ultra. 4th base being taken. Once again. Trigger is building up an Archon count slowly over time. It's building up. Lings, they slip into the natural. Not again. They get into the mineral line. Lings into the main as well. Lings, they're everywhere, but not like this. Again, just distracting Trigger. Trying to create an opening. Catching out a free Immortal. 5 Ultras are on the way. And the win condition for Shin is just deny the 4th. Deny the 4th over and over again. Just never allow Trigger to stabilize. It's going to be 6 Ultras. Let's go. Oh my god. Storms do connect. Shin getting another expansion. Now again, there is still a world where Trigger can take a fight in his favor. And hold on to the fourth. Say that, Baiting Runway does catch out the pylons. Denies the warp in. Goes to the expansion. It's going to cost Shin some of these lings, but he's going to get it. Okay, the base goes down. Shin denies the expansion. Just ensures that Trigger stays all in. And now he's going for a big counterattack. And Trigger, I don't think he knows he's going to be pushing into Ultras. As the Ultras have been building up. Lings once again, they denied the fourth. And Trigger, he will get a base. Nice storms on the Hydras. Expansion is going to go down. Shin can afford this loss. And here come the Ultras. Shin is going to collapse on the main army. And Trigger's getting caught out. Oh my god. The Storms are okay, but we catch out the Immortals, the Archons as well. And the Ultras, you don't see them often looking strong here in this matchup, but this is the ideal scenario for them. They don't often shine in ZVP, but they take down the Immortals, the Archons as well. Ultras, they might be expensive, but I mean, hey, they're doing well here at least. Clean up the main army. They can trade well out in the open like that. Especially when your opponent's pushing into you. Trigger's army was reset. He's down to 2 Immortals and 2 Archons. Is once again attempting to reestablish that 4th base. Has been doing so for the past 10 plus minutes. He just wants a 4th. Just wants a base back. Behind this, Neural is on the way. That's not the direction that I thought Shin was going to take us in. But okay. Technically, he's taking up. Into Infestors and into Neural. Oracle does catch 5 drones. 6 drones even. Not bad. Up 7. 8. 8 drones go down. Let's go. Trigger, the base is up and running, but we're lacking some static defense. The Bailey's getting ready. Shin once again rolling in, and Trigger, he might be distracted by the drops. Okay, pulls away. Trigger does pull away in time. Bailey's gonna be borrowing in the middle line. I'm hoping, yeah, Trigger, he didn't notice, thankfully. Likewise, he denies the drop on the right hand side. The drops, building up a heftier Immortal count. Bearing in mind, because Ultras are so expensive, Shin doesn't actually have a bank. But it's quite an army, and Neural is done! He wants the Immortals! He wants them! He's gonna get them! Yeah, does Neural most of the Immortals, crashes into the High Templar. GG gets called as Shin overwhelms, and Shin will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Becoming the champion in style here. Again, you don't often see, you know, Ultra Infestor looking quite that good in this matchup, but it was a rougher start for Trigger. Alas, he was denied as he attempted to be active across the map. His 4th base was denied over and over again as well. Shin just snowballing out of control with his Lingbane Hydra, and just never really allowed Trigger to settle into an economy. Like Trigger, he just never established a 4th base. Did attempt to multiple times throughout that game, but alas, never was able to get there in the end. But GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin, and a shout out to Trigger as well for making it to those grand finals. Don't forget to join Matcherino for making it to the grand finals. Again, Trigger, he was able to bring down Nick Ranked and Eva alongside Mitchnek as well to make it to the finals. Likewise, Shin took down a lot of Zerg players. Young Yakov and GG Machine alongside Hacker is top as well. Both players had their roads to those finals. GG, congratulations. A special shout out as well to Zaun. Zaun was also featured earlier in the brackets. Oh, and of course, GG Machine for winning the random raffle. True. Did win the random raffle. But a shout out to Zaun. We were able to feature Zaun earlier today. Had an intense series against Young Yakov. Did go down in the end. But again, Zaun has only been back 10 days. Has been back for a very short period of time. So it was impressive nonetheless that he was able to force the ace match against Young Yakov, who again has been active in the absence of Zaun. So it was still a close series, still a close quarterfinals. And then we had Shin take it from there. And I believe this is Shin's first win. Shin, this isn't his first tournament, but over the past couple of weeks, it's been some other big names bringing Shin down. Last week it was Trap. The week before that, it was Byeon. You know, usually it's been Byeon or Trap or another big name to deny Shin. This time, though, he was able to thrive. He was able to come out on top. GG, congratulations here to Shin for his first STC win, for his first Tuna. Congratulations. And maybe the first of many. Likewise, shout out to Trigger as well for making it to the finals, and I'm hoping to see more of Trigger in the future, and I'm hoping to see more of Trigger tomorrow as well. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Well, in less than 24 hours, let me just double check our calendar. I say less than 24 hours, it's like in 11 hours time. The StarCraft, it doesn't end. It does not end. We have another tournament. We have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle that is going to be in 10 hours. In 10 hours time. It is at a worse time zone for Europe, I will say that. It's a more rough time slot for Europe, but regardless, it is better for the Americas region and the Korean region, and it is more catered towards the Americas region because of that. But we have in 10 hours the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and we might see these players reprise their roles. They might return once again in the morning. Players like Shin, Byeon, Trap, Trigger, and many, many more do show up here in 10 hours, as the StarCraft does not end. Again, it's a very intense period, the end of the week and the beginning of the week. Basically, Sunday leading into Monday, Tuesday has Sparkling Tuna Cup, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, the Warty TV Monday, the KSRC, and the Orsasaurus Cup. There's 5 weeklies back to back to back to back, non-stop StarCraft, and there are some key players that play in every single tournament. Usually it's Byeon, but Byeon was not here this week. We'll see how active these other players are going to be. As Sparkling Tuna Cup, that marks like the beginning of like the marathon of open cups. SCC is the beginning, and then Orsasaurus Cup is the end. So we have that rotation of 5 open cups. Oh, best of luck. Best of luck. So again, if you want to help support our tournaments, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. That will help us. That would help us boost the prize pool for Sparkling Tuna Cup, Masters 1 Open, and Sea Duckling Open. If you're curious about the Turtle Tournament that's in 10 hours, that is not funded via Patreon. We do have a very passionate fan of StarCraft that does sponsor that event. That is Mark BT, as well as Stegosaurus. Both of them, they do contribute. Because of that, that event does have a much larger prize pool. Over the past couple of weeks, it's been a 300 USD prize pool. It's been insane, just how much support that event has been getting. But again, if you want to help support this one, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. The StarCraft, again, has only just begun. If you are unsatiated, we got you covered in 10 hours. In 10 hours' time, we got another event, and then they just keep on coming and keep on coming. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. As for now, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you wish, you can stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. If Trigger is still going to be laddering, then never mind. Just went offline. I was going to say we could raid Trigger, but did just go offline. So we'll find someone to send everyone over to. Otherwise, you can also follow us as well if you are curious, if you're interested. then you can follow us on all the social medias. Exclamation mark socials in the chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. On top of that, we live stream here on Twitch, and we also live stream on YouTube as well. So we're live on both YouTube and Twitch. Because of that, that also means that VODs are available instantly on YouTube. So if you can't watch live, if you want to tune into some of these tournaments, then check out our YouTube channel, because we got plenty of content on YouTube on a daily basis. Plenty of content, plenty of VODs available there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching, thank you for the support. We'll see you guys in 10 hours for our next tournament cast. Otherwise, if you're curious about the next Sparkling Tuna Cup, next week. This is a weekly tournament every single week. We got you covered. Also, a special shout out to all of our patrons as well. We did get a new patron yesterday, even I think last night during the amateur event during MSO. So shout out to all of our new patrons, and old as well, young and old. And yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow or the next time we see you for some more StarCraft. Enjoy the remainder of your weekend and have a great week in general. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao, Bobby, ciao. See you next time.